Let me make sure I got everything set up that we need for today. Big stream today. Big ideas, big stuff, lots to do. Too little time. I want to knock this one out before the new year. And might be a bit of a task, because we don't have that many hours left, to be honest. Yo, what's up, Josh? Glad to see you in chat. Some music, all right. Can I get a vibe check on all of the tech levels? Because then we can get straight into it. It's going good, going good. Just had dinner with the family. That's why I'm like a couple minutes late. It was just too good to keep hanging up for a second. But we got some stuff to do today, man. I watched a ton of movies in 2023. More than ever, actually. Because we did the same thing last year as well. And turns out I wasn't watching as much as I did this year. I got to like 320 films. This year, I think we are closer. I can actually reveal. It's a bit messy because it's a setup for later on. But 369. 369 movies. Just new movies in a year. Which is a bit crazy. You saw around 135? Yeah. I think that's the recommended amount. But today, we're doing a movie bracket. With all of these films. And it's so large that we couldn't just do it in one go. We have to do it in two parts. Which is why, let me actually move this over here for a sec. We have to do it in a way where we have to decide which ones are actually going to make the final bracket. Because our final bracket over here can only consist of 250 movies. We have 129 so far. But we got to figure out what the rest is going to be. They're all ranked in the way that they would be on Letterboxd. So it's all of the 2023 movies ranked by the Letterboxd average. Not my personal own rating, so a bit of a spoiler here for the ratings that I gave to these films. But all of these films are safe. They are gonna appear on the bracket regardless, up until 129. All of the other ones are really just contending to even be considered one of the best films of the year. Up until, where do we go? I guess it's not 225, it's 125. Yeah, all of these are competing. Anyways. Let me set that back up. We do have nice visuals for this time around. Because I feel like if I talk about almost 300 movies or 400 movies, it's gonna get a bit stale. So in order for that to not happen, hopefully, yeah, you'll see it in a second. All right, okay. Once the music vibe is kind of with me as well, I'm like, yeah, we're good to go. We can start this. Then I'm also going to be ready for it, because we'll be here. We'll be here for a second. Let me see. This is all good. It's just too many things open. Where did I put? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm losing track of tabs already. Okay, so without further ado, let's kick off pre-tourney here, which will be over here. I'll go at the top again for this. As you can see, a lot of titles that a lot of people are not going to be familiar with. Make it a bit bigger. So from 130 on, from the list, you'll see all of the films that we're going to decide. 127 more that are going to get into the main bracket. Past Lives better be at the top. Yeah, you'll see. All the way down to the bottom, free 69. Nice. With Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I can already tell you that one's not going to make it far in the bracket. So, yeah. I'll just go to the top here. Because it's not an even number, it's not 64, it's not 128, it's not 256. The way that the bracket is going to work is that some movies with a higher rating than the rest, like Stolen, are already moving to round 2. We'll go through all of these. Why do you diss my boy? I mean, come on, Vinny. You just got to make something better, man. I know that they're already making a sequel and other things with, like, the copyright system. And it's a rare case where I'm like, yeah, Disney, maybe you were onto something, extending that copyright if this is the shit that we're going to get. Obviously, like, way different case. And it's better that the Mickey Mouse copyright is expiring next year. But still, there's a lot of stuff. There's also, I was about to say Woody Norman, but that's a child actor. What's his name? Not Woody Harrelson. Woody Allen, I think is. Yeah, Woody Allen. This is the new Ethan Hawke film. So a lot of stuff to talk about. As you can see, and this is not even a bracket. This is not even the main bracket. This is just the pre-round. Can you see this? So, I want to get this done in 2023. So we better get it started. All right. So, let me get a first matchup ready. This will hopefully be faster as we go along, but I'm just trying to get the hang of it. All right. Boom. Wait, let me make it smaller. All right, so that's how we're gonna do this. You kind of see 2 movies. Maybe I'll say some more stuff about it. And then, yeah. I'll tell you which one's better. All right. Let's see. It says my bitrate is a bit low. Josh, what would you say? I guess I can't change the bitrate as I'm live, just because this is a new setup. I might have it too low. I guess I can change it. Hey, what's the recommended bitrate? Sorry, a bit of behind the scenes. We'll cut that out of the video. Bitrate, YouTube live stream. It's good. Okay, good quality. I thought I had said it before. For 1080/30, it's 80. What's this in kilobytes? Minimum bitrate, maximum bitrate is 8 megabits per second. I can definitely increase it. I don't know what that will do to the stream. Bitrate is fine. Okay. Should I not fuck with it then? It told me in the YouTube thing that it's a bit low. Oh, you're already predicting the next round. I see. I'll do a bit of an intro before we start it off. Well, actually, no. 8 mega. I think I had it. I had it as a setting that was actually pretty good. I don't know why it said it's bad. Yeah, I had it at like 2.5, which is like 15. No, I'm definitely good bitrate wise. Okay. All right, let's get into it. I'm not gonna mess with it. All right. Okay. All right, let's kick it off here with the bracket with two movies that are ranked 257th and 258th. Both of these premiered at film festivals. I saw this in Wildcat in Zurich, Coupe de Chance in Venice. I'm not a big fan of Woody Allen, and Ethan Hawke I'm a huge fan of. Although I don't think that Wildcat worked, I still think it's better than Coupe de Chance, because this one was like a weird like murder mystery thing, where it's just like tonally is really weird. This guy in the background is like a comical villain. So we are just not gonna even go into that too much with all of the Woody Allen stuff. It's usually pretty cringe. I don't have to show you this each time, but Wildcat moves on to the next round. For the sake of keeping this brief and fresh and quick, we'll mainly stay, I guess, in this view. But our next matchup needs a bit of a preparation over here. I thought this was gonna be faster. But I guess it turns out I'm a bit slow. Alright. And... I don't know why. Okay, it's really odd. I don't know why these posters are like sized differently. Not trying to size shame anyone over here, but yeah, Magic Mike does have the bigger guns. Is it the better movie though? Between the two, I think Saw X kind of revitalized a pretty dead franchise, whereas Magic Mike feels like the endpoint to a bizarrely free movie long franchise for this, with Channing Tatum just dancing it out. I thought this just didn't really work. A bit of a miss for Steven Soderbergh. And this was a bit of a return to form. I have the same rating here, but between the two, I'm gonna go with Saw X. All right. Let's see. The adults. I should switch, so otherwise I'll spoil like the rating for it a bit too much. Let me get the chat back up over here. Woody Allen is big ol' cringe. You're right on that, Josh. He's a bit of a cringer. Alright. Saw X, I think, like, for Saw X, you kind of need to see the rest of the franchise. You have to be a fan. It definitely works without seeing the rest of all of it. But I don't know. It's so much more just like a character study on the guy, and I don't know if he's worth getting a study on. But our next matchup here is between the Pope's Exorcist, which already got a greenlit sequel because it actually ended up doing quite well at the box office. This other one is Michael Cera, Sophie Lillis, and I'm blanking on her name, Hannah Gross. She was in, I think she was in Mindhunter as well. That's kind of where I know her from. I don't know if this will pop up on her credits. Might have gotten that wrong. But she's a great actress. I think The Pope's Exorcist is just kind of camp. It's a fun movie. It's very dumb, though. I do prefer, by quite a big margin, the adults over The Pope's Exorcist, though. So that one moves into the next round. Yeah. All right. I'm basically doing a live recording here. You always get like a bit of a buffer in between the matchups. Alright, this will be another quick one. Bird Box Barcelona against Let Me Go, a French film about a lady, Claudine, who goes to kind of a local, not station, but like a cafe, a hotel where people from outside the town come in, and she hooks up with them and then gets like letters that she gives to her son, pretending that those letters were sent by his dad. And it's an interesting movie. I liked it quite a bit. I think it surprised me. I wasn't expecting anything, and then like kind of reeled me in. Bad Box Barcelona though was such a trash movie, so it's easy for me. Let Me Go moves on, and then we got a next matchup between Migration and Cobweb. Now, one of the two is I mean, might be familiar to people who are keeping up with the release date schedule of Illumination, which, by the way, this year I ended up watching all of the Illumination catalog. Why that is, you might ask yourself. I don't know either. I was planning to do a video and then I never ended up doing it. But this is the latest one, Migration from Illumination. Kind of bombed at the box office. Was like the worst performing Illumination film like ever. It seems to be not really picking up, getting its wings, some wind under its wings. Cobweb is a film that is gonna get confused by a lot of people with another film of the same name, starring Anthony Starr, Lizzie Kaplan, Woody Norman. This time it's not Woody Allen. About like a creature that lives in the walls. This one was just kind of decent. I guess I don't know if actually. Hold up. If this is the one we're talking about. Yeah, no, I got that wrong. So actually, the correct Cobweb. This one we'll talk about later. This one is already in the bracket, obviously. We're talking about between these two, Migration and Cobweb. Listen, I'm not a big fan of Migration. And all of Illumination, I think the humor kind of lands flat. It's oftentimes just like, hey, chaos ensues. And that's supposed to be the entertainment. It kind of treats you like an idiot a lot of the time. Woody Norman, though, just for him alone, if you seen him in this year's Last Voyage of Demeter, he's pretty decent. But in Come On, he's incredible. So for, I guess his performance is interesting. I don't know if the direction or the story are intriguing enough to go check it out and to actually give it a recommendation. But I like it more than Migration, as you can see by my rating. So I'm gonna kick out Illumination, chicken run style. Gonna cook those birds. Whatever. Okay, next up we got a big matchup. A movie that's about to come out for a lot of people. It might be already showing in your theaters. You might need to wait until early next year. From a big Hollywood legend, Michael Mann has a new movie out called Ferrari. And I can already tell you that's one that's likely going to make it into the main bracket. I would be really surprised if it didn't. Ooh, look at that smooth transition for no reason. And this other one is like a Netflix film. Where does it? Yeah, no, it says on the side there. Dummy. Netflix, The Strays. It's just like a really odd film that wants to be so weird, but it's just kind of boring. And Ferrari is actually kind of good. I know it's been getting a lot of hate. I like it though. I mean, this is a very easy lopsided matchup for Ferrari. All right. Boom, with the water. Gluk, gluk, gluk. And maybe I should have changed the theming when there's a like Aquaman, something like that. I do have other ones, just so it's going to be entertaining for people who watch the whole thing. You do get transitions. It's like I upped the production value for what reason? That is to be yet to be determined. Oh shit, I fucked something up here. No sympathy. Okay, so next up we got a Nick Cage film against Pedro Almodovar's Ethan Hawke and Pedro Pascal led short film. Now, I guess technically the short film shouldn't be included here because I don't really include short films for the rest, like any other short films. But it is a bit of a longer short film. Not a fan of migration. Yeah, of course. Okay. I see that like, I just saw your chat now, Josh. That's not a great thing to be taken out of context. let me rephrase that. Damn. No, but okay. So we got a short film here, and one of the films where Nicolas Cage is just kind of, hey, I'm a crazy guy. I'm a crazy guy. And I didn't really connect with A Strange Way of Life. I have a bit of a story for this one, though, before I kick it out. Spoilers here. I saw this one right before we got to see Killers of the Flower Moon. And because of this film, we almost didn't get to see Killers of the Flower Moon. We were amongst, was the three of us, Oscar expert Cole, Lachlan, and myself, and Gunn, were the last of 5 people who got in the Killers of the Flower Moon screening. Yeah, because this one was taking longer and the line for Killers was crazy. So this almost cost us the Gunn early experience of that film. And I wouldn't say it was worth it. This one is just kind of entertaining. It's so dumb. And, I mean, we'll see Joel Kinnaman later with A Silent Night again. He's been in a couple films this year. But between this matchup, I'll reluctantly go with Sympathy for the Devil. But again, we don't have the most exciting films yet. I think that's gonna come later in the stream once we get to some of the more exciting titles. But next up, we do have some, like, a filmmaker that at one point was very much respected. He came off an Oscar win. He did well box office wise with the MCU. I'm of course talking about Taika Waititi. Then his film Next Goal Wins was announced for a while, but got pushed back again and again. Never really came out. Had to do a whole reshoot where one of the characters had to be recast. Will Arnett had to recast. I'm blanking on his name now. The guy who likes to insinuate that he likes to eat people. Maybe someone can help me out. But I got a glitch over here. I don't know. Anyways, let's move on to the next matchup here. Next Goal Wins. Leave the World Behind. One story about a football team that is incredibly unsuccessful. It's just loss after loss, and it's turned into a comedy that kind of fails to set up any of the actual exciting parts of a sports film, or the funny parts for a comedy, and lands flat. Now, Leave the World Behind is an adaptation of a novel that came out, I think, last year or like a couple of years before, by the guy who's, well, I guess it doesn't pop up here in Letterboxd, but he's the creator of Mr. Robot. So very excited for that reason, but it kind of takes a very literal approach to the adaptation. Way too close to the text. I haven't read it, but it just kind of feels that way. So it's a bit underwhelming, but Next Goal Wins is painfully unfunny that for some reason it still loses out to like this weird dystopian story, in my opinion. Yeah. I wouldn't say, you say it clears this. I don't know how like, oh my god, this transition doesn't completely work. I don't know like how much of a leg up it has. It feels like a foul. You should definitely get a yellow card for letting it move on. It's about all the football puns I got. I'm more of a hockey guy myself. Oh my god. Guess what? The next movie stars Chris Pratt. Can anyone guess what it is? It's actually the perfect matchup because Chris Pratt goes up against another guy who's in the last... actually, no, this is a bad tie over. But no, Chris Pratt against Jason Momoa. What could it be, guys? What could it be? The Fortnite ad. No. Our next matchup is between Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom, sorry, and The Lost Kingdom, and the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Yes, Illumination, Animation, and whatever the fuck Aquaman was. I don't love either films, but there's like a clearly better film in here. One of the ones, the one on the right over here, the Illumination Project, is, if you go by, you can see my rating already, but if you go by details, by Illumination, is by far the movie that would get the highest rating. Let me actually see. Get the highest rating out of the catalog from Illumination. I think all of their stuff kind of sucks, so they peak at 3 stars for me. A 6 out of 10. But like, then it's a steep fall off to like, I don't even like the Despicable Me movies. I know a lot of people do like them quite a bit. I don't like them at all because they're responsible for this shit. And I will never forgive them. But my God, Aquaman is horrible. This movie is horrible. It's so bad. It's so bad. I know I'm rating it way lower than some other people are, but I think it was horrific, man. It was so painful to watch. Just so misguided. There was nothing left for this one. So easy. We go with the $1 billion grosser versus the one that is gonna cost them, not $1 billion, but it's definitely gonna cost them quite a bit. All right. Ooh, fancy animation. All right. Aquaman is gross. Yeah, I don't eat seafood anymore because it's so gross. Ooh, for the next one, I do have an interview coming up with the director, so I shouldn't talk too badly about the film publicly right now. All right, it is gonna win the matchup, so no worries there. Okay, next up we got a German film, Die Theorie von Allem. I caught this one at the Venice Film Festival. I think it is yet to premiere outside of, I guess, mainland Europe. I mean, even France hasn't gotten a release date for us. Even Switzerland hasn't gotten it. Only the Germans. And I think it's pretty solid. So it's barely like scraping by to be a 2023 release. It, I think, is one of the submission for Germany. I don't remember if it made the shortlist. This one made the shortlist though for makeup and hairstyling. Deservedly so. An interesting creature design for I guess Dracula. But overall, it's not really like the greatest film. I think it's kind of boring. We're just kind of stuck on the ship, and it's, yeah. And with the Universal Fury, it was like one of the weakest films maybe in the Venice competition, but it had such great potential to be like this like noir thriller type story, and then it just kind of dragged and underwhelmed, and the guy screams Karen like every 5 minutes. But I'm gonna revisit it. I might even like it more because I'll talk to Tim Kurger, the director, I think in a week or two. So you'll find an interview on the Quiet on Set podcast in like 2 or 3 weeks with him. And I think he's got like a really interesting ideas here. So it's easy for me that this one moves into the next round. Although for the creature fans, you might get something out of The Last Voyage of Demeter as well. Okay. Man, this is gonna take so long because I have a problem that I just fucking talk, man. And I talk too much. I talk too much, man. I talk too much. It's just always yapping. So, we're gonna do a quick... We don't even need to pull it up for this one. The next matchup is between... I guess I should put it up. Alright. So... next matchup is between Winnie the Pooh. So the lowest rated film in this whole thing on Letterboxd. Lowest rated film. I think it's among my lowest rated of the year as well. Versus Empty Nets, like a festival movie that, as you can see, not a lot of people have seen and has not gotten a theatrical release yet. But I mean, anything clears Winnie the Pooh. I could literally get up, fart, submit that to a festival, get it into theaters, and it will probably still move over into the next round before Winnie the Pooh would do that. So Empty Nets moves on. I'll talk a bit more about it, I guess, later on. Later on, man. Later on. I'll talk a bit more about this in 2024. Alright. Winnie, yeah, no. For me, it's more the lousy, not the Winnie, man. Ooh. Comedies had a hard time. Hard time, yeah. Comedies had a hard time this year. So we got a matchup between two. And I do have a clear favorite between 80 for Brady and No Hard Feelings. Now, No Hard Feelings is gonna get quite a bit of like traction now that it's, I think it was distributed by Sony and made by Sony, and now they've licensed it to Netflix, so a lot of people are gonna catch it. Unfortunately, I think with a lot of these comedies, it has become commonplace to just kind of assume that they are only worth the streaming release. That's kind of where comedy lands now, and something like May, December, where it kind of toes the line between comedy and whatever, like not broad comedy, but more subtext comedy with like difficult themes woven within all of it. Then people tend to struggle with it. When it's like so blatantly comedy, then it's like, hey, it's a streaming movie. But 80 for Brady, I gotta be honest, I have no interest in American football and Tom Brady. Again, hockey guy. If this was about a 80 for Crosby, I would be there. But it's not. For I don't know, for Pasternak, so it's like still in Boston, right? And New England. Where's New England? I should stop. No Hard Feelings moves on into the next round. All right. I think we've done like 10 matchups. Only 700 more to go. Isn't this crazy? We do have another DCU film. And one that stars Denzel Washington. Can you guys guess what it is? Who can get it? You get a pat on the back. What could it be, guys? One of them is gonna get, I think, a streaming release in January or February. What could it be? You think 80 for Brady is kind of better? I think No Hard Feelings is kind of funny at times. And I do like that there's in a movie with starring Matthew Broderick, there's a scene where she's on top of a car. She gets run over. And having that with his history, it's like, what are we doing here? Anyways, what are we doing here is a big question for the DCU overall. This was, if this movie wouldn't exist, then Aquaman would be, I think, the lowest grossing film, or like one of the lowest grossing films. Actually, that's not true. I think some of the day and date releases did worse, but this movie didn't do well, especially, I think, overseas. And The Equalizer, I also didn't hear that it did like incredibly well. This was like a bit of a mashup between like pretty much all we've gotten over the last 10-15 years when it comes to superheroes. Kind of underwhelming. The bad guy, her in the back is just like lady that's bad. It's more of like the family thing. It's been done better. I think it's overall kind of decent, but yeah, I don't know. The DCEU has done worse, but that's just because the standard's so bad. I think Equalizer 3 is also the worst in the franchise, but it's still, I think, marginally better than Blue Beetle, although I'm not like passionate about either of them. I think they're both like kind of fine movies. Neither of them is, I think, kind of really bad. They're just kind of okay. So yeah, I actually skipped over a couple of movies here. But you don't know that. Why did I didn't have to tell you that, but I guess I did. Look at me being transparent with my audience. Isn't this great? All right. Next up is a movie with Sydney Sweeney and Ed Helms. Ed Helms, what could it be? Get your votes in now. All right. Family Switch. Let's go comedy time. they do a joke about 30 going on 30, 13 going on 30 because Jennifer Garner is in it, and she also was in that other movie. Yeah, this is a bad film. This is an unfunny film. Also, what's up with this name? Mac G? What the fuck, man? Netflix film. It's the most Netflix ever. I think Emma Myers is kind of on a run with the Wednesday theme. And I mean, come on, this premise is just kind of lame. And the story is really underwhelming when it's like everyone has like the big moment. All of these 4 characters have like a big moment in their life that they have coming leading up to it, and it's so calculated, everything, and everything's kind of set up in that way where it just doesn't lend itself for natural comedy. It's all like you see it a mile away. That's why like No Hard Feelings is kind of refreshing, because it's so just like over the top and in your face, and sometimes it's like way too much. But Reality is a really solid movie. There's sorry, I was spat because it's like I was thinking about like how Family Switch would win over this, but clearly it definitely isn't. Easy. Reality is actually like a small little gem that I can recommend to people that probably not a lot of you have heard about. But yeah, go check it out. Reality. Yeah, baby. Back to Reality. Ooh, another... next up, we got a Netflix... not Netflix film. Sorry, a Sundance film. Was it South by Southwest? I forget. That, I was expecting to make a bit more of a splash, but it ultimately didn't. It did make a bigger splash than The Flash. Well, I guess it... No, it didn't. That actually doesn't work. But The Flash, I mean, do we need to talk about it again? It's just what's wrong with the Marvel filmmaking, the DC filmmaking, just kind of in a movie, where they're more concerned about the references than an actual story, where they're more concerned about the cameos than an actual story. And this is a movie about like weird aliens that make clicking noises, and about the oppression that this different alien species that doesn't understand our needs has with being our overlords in a sense. It's an interesting film. I think it's got a really solid performance. Asante Black is incredible. I love him in When They See Us. Such an incredible performance. 5-star little miniseries, 4 parts. I haven't seen Story Aft. It's not a film from this year, but I hear it's on VOD. So it's not gonna pop up on this list, but he's an incredible young actor. And yeah, this one was just underwhelming. So I'm gonna go with Landscape with Invisible Hand over The Flash. All right. Ooh, we have arrived at the not the Halloween, the Christmas movies. Ooh. God. All right. So, our 2 movies in this matchup, if it would load, are Dashing Through the Snow with Eddie Murphy, and Gasoline Rainbow, a movie that I don't think has a release date yet. Premiered at the Venice Film Festival. I saw it there. And Unknown Pleasures, number 14. Okay. American Independent Film Fest. I guess if you're in Germany, you can go see it then. I don't know if it will get picked up. I think it won like some prize or whatever. It's better than Dashing Through the Snow, because this one was... Oh wait, it's not. I'm actually mixing it up. Dashing Through the Snow isn't with Ed Murphy. There's another Christmas movie with Ed Murphy that will probably pop up later. I forget what it's called though. We'll get to it in a second. This one is the one where Ludacris acts, like capital acts, and Little Ray Howery does like a weird, I think, Santa thing. Yeah, his name is Nick. That's like the Saint Nick. That's a joke. both of these are bad. Like, I didn't like Gasoline Rainbow. It's like type of story where a bunch of teens, it's like an unscripted film as well. So a bunch of teens like leave high school in the rear view and kind of go on a road trip, and it never becomes interesting. It's just kind of a bit underwhelming, but it's still better than Dashing Through the Snow. All right. Ooh, next up we have a animated Disney film. What could it be? Animated Disney film against a Western. Oh god. This is gonna be a hard matchup for me because Surrounded, a Western with Letitia Wright. I remember watching this one, but I did kind of fall asleep while I watched it. So I don't feel confident voting it. I thought it was look, I'm not a big Western guy. I think Wish was pretty underwhelming, but unfortunately I think for me at least it was better than Surrounded because I remember it more. But yeah, so I'm gonna go with Wish over Surrounded. But if you're a Western fan, few and far between we get those new movies, so yeah, you might want to check it out. All right. Next up, we're talking about another animated film here, about southern Iran, the Siren, an animated film that tells the story of this guy being kind of torn, like caught in a war zone and wanting to escape by boat, as you can see here. And the other thing is something less serious, Ghosted, with Ana de Armas, Chris Evans, and a bunch of cameos. Yay! Two have zero chemistry, although they are supposed to have chemistry. And yeah, just a really bad movie. I think The Siren didn't blow me away. I would be really surprised if it like makes it into the discussion for like an Oscar. I don't think it's gonna get there, but it is by miles better than Ghosted. Okay. Ooh, next up, we do have another film I caught in Venice that's not out yet. Against a movie that took its naming very seriously and literally. Plane up against Vivant, or On the Pulse, which doesn't even have a actual proper poster yet, and yeah, only a theatrical release date in France, and this one's an action movie with Gerard Butler. Solid, I think solid action. I think some like better than some of the other action movies I saw this year, but I did like On the Pulse quite a bit. I think it does have that like French charm of there's just a bunch of people, and they are charming, they got a vibe going. It's about a bunch of like video reporters, and I liked it, man. I don't know what to tell you. You can't watch this one yet, but maybe put it onto your watch list. Maybe do that. Maybe do that. Well, you can still. We're still in 2023. You can do it before 2024. Be one of the people who have it on their watch list before 2024. Okay. Ooh, a Swiss film. You know what? I'm a huge fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I think they paused their podcast because of the strikes, obviously. But they haven't really started it up yet. And I haven't kept up with them on social media. I don't know why that is. I don't know if they stopped the podcast. It's actually a pretty good podcast. But they all had their separate projects coming out. Obviously, one of them co-owns Wrexham with Ryan Reynolds, Rob, and then we had Glenn Howerton in Blackberry, and Charlie Day, I think, made his directorial debut. Yes, with Fool's Paradise, about like just a guy who's confused the whole time, and the comedy is around that, and it's it was just a bit underwhelming. The comedy, I think, didn't really deliver, although it did have like a fun ensemble. Like if you look at the cast, it's actually like really solid. It just didn't really work, and I think this one is just overall a better movie. Again, outside of Switzerland, it premiered here, and it's already played in theaters. I don't know if you'll get to see this on streaming, but it's like about a generation portrait of 5 international economy students. That's essentially it. It never goes like into crazy detail. It's basically just like following them, and it's all right. I think The Fool's Paradise just kind of underwhelmed. So yeah, gonna go with that one. All right, I need to. I'll be back in 1 sec. I'll leave you with a bit of music, or in the meantime, you can actually solve this puzzle while we wait. I'll be back in a flash. Did you solve it? All right, we'll have another intermission later on where we can actually solve it if we got some time. Okay, let me get to the next matchup. I think after this round, in the next round, we'll do basically a speedier version of it, where I don't show you all of the pages, because we've introduced them all, just so we can get through it a bit faster. Because we do have more than half of the... No, oh my god. We got so much more. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Alright. Next up, it's Ridley Scott time. What 15 movies did he make this year? Actually, it's not Ridley Scott time. But, hey, I'm moving it up for you guys. Oh. Alright. This matchup just cracks me up. You know what? Maybe we should have gotten a movie about Napoleon if he had a puppy, and if he would have been a better person for it. Just saying. But yeah. I think I haven't even rated this one because it was like on Freevee, and I got a screener, and I think it had like an embargo. I don't even remember what my rating would have been. I think it was like a 2. It wasn't that bad. I think it was a decent movie. It was really stupid, but it was decent. I liked Napoleon quite a bit. I think the battle scenes alone are worth the ticket, and worth seeing. I also love the inclusion that Letterboxd did here with the French flag. Very nice. For me, easily, Napoleon beats it out. And if you haven't checked it out yet, we did do a whole bracket on 16 of Ridley Scott's movies over on the... why am I going onto here? I don't know if it pops up down here, though. No, probably shouldn't. But anyways, we did a bracket on his movies. If you're interested, released yesterday. But yeah, Napoleon moves on to the next round. But now we got one of the first horror films of the year, actually, not just for this video, and then the first of two movies by Guy Ritchie that came out this year. We got Operation Fortune Rousse de Guerre and Infinity Pool. Yeah, man. I had Infinity Pool. I think it was like a January or February release. At one point, I think it was like my number 1 of the year or number 2. Fortune Rousse de Guerre never got there. I think this is... I even rewatched it. I think it's a really fun, weird horror film. Possessor is probably better, although I did give it a lower rating. But I just like Infinity Pool, man. It's weird, and it was a nice start to the year. And I'm kind of surprised that its rating is low. It's rating. So easily for me, Infinity Pool moves on to the next round. All right. Next up, Owen Wilson. What did he star in this year? Who knows? Who knows? Versus a festival film that, again, doesn't really have a release date yet. Let me actually show it to you like this already. So yeah, this was a decent film that premiered at the Zurich Film Festival. It's not even in here. And yeah, maybe it will drop at some point on VOD, but it's about an actor who like records self-tapes, and young guy tries to be an actor. Is he failing? Is he succeeding? We don't know. I think it was a bit aimless overall. And yeah, like the poster might look like, hey, that's something interesting with the different versions of this guy. That it never gets into that detail. And this is just I don't know what this was. I think it was entertaining. Between the two, because this one is more widely accessible, I guess I'll go with Paint. Because I didn't hate it. I think it had its charms. It was a weird, quirky movie. It wasn't good, but neither of these films were like actually good. So yeah, Paint moves into the next round, which actually the first time this is fitting. Hey, look at this. Paint. Maybe we could switch it again to like a different thing. Ooh, so exciting. Each time it's a different transition. Okay. So there are people that will tell you that this next movie I'm about to talk about, I shouldn't talk about, because I only saw like 2/3 of it, maybe. And those people, although they aren't wrong, I'm still going to talk about Adagio. Which is a movie that Kevin, who went with me to the Venice Film Festival, actually really liked. It's... what genre would it be? Yeah, crime, thriller, drama. I think that kind of sums it up perfectly. It's got Pierfrancesco Favino, who's a very famous Italian actor. You've probably seen him in a ton of stuff, but didn't realize that you've actually seen him. And he's had like big years the last couple of years where like, yeah, he has like a couple of movies coming out each year. And this one was solid. I just need to see it again, and I'm the same way you guys are. I can't see it right now unless I'm, I guess, in Italy, which I'm not. So we'll have to wait for this one, but I think it was pretty solid. Finest Kind. Man, that ship has sailed. This one is not good. It's I think it's, you've seen the film, enough of the film if you've seen the memes of like Tommy Lee Jones doing whale noises, and I definitely need a compilation of all the times to say finest kind in this movie, because it's very funny. Jenna Ortega is also hilarious in it, because she, each time they go to sail, she always stands on this tower that they show right here, And as they go by, she like puts her hands up like, ah. And she does that each time. And it always looks like they did a poor job at 3D animating her. But it's clearly, it is her. It's not like an effect or anything. But it just looks, I don't know. This is so much wrong with this film. And unfortunately, it's just kind of boring enough that it doesn't warrant just like, hey, this is a bad movie. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's make a drinking game out of it. So, yeah, easily Adagio clears this one as well. Tommy Lee Jones plays a whale lover. I mean, don't we all love whales, man? I love Brendan Fraser. At least one whale in our life. Oh, baby. Next up, we got A Child of Fire. Look at these transitions. Perfectly fitting what we're going for here. A Child of Fire. Okay, that was supposed to look more like fire, but I guess it doesn't really. Yeah, Rebel Moon, baby. It's slow motion time. If you watch this in 2x speed, you'll get the real-time cut. And maybe it's less boring. Yeah, this is basically a third act. No, sorry, not a third act. It doesn't really have a third act. A first act stretched over 34 minutes. There's nothing that really happens, despite, other than like them going in a circle. You basically start the story the way that you end it. Nothing has really happened. And it's just like assembly of the crew the whole time through. Like, we get introduced to characters that we ultimately don't care about. It's got a bunch of like really flashy visuals, but they also kind of like aren't even carrying the narrative. I think it's ultimately a really underwhelming film that I would have loved to have given a chance. I don't love most of the films that Zack Snyder does, but Watchmen, for example, I really liked. I think that 300 is fun. Even his owl movie that I haven't seen yet, but it's got owls, man. How could you hate it? Yeah, this is. I gotta drink some water. But yeah, it's up against another festival film that premiered at the Zurich Film Festival. Again, it's not here, but only out in France again, because it's a French film. So hey, all of the French people watching this, I guess you got something to feast on. All of these films are releasing for you. Actually, apart from the States, I feel like France is probably the best country to be in for movies, because they often get them like early, even earlier than some other countries. If they make the film, they just have a really active film culture there. So they get Rebel Moon early. That's what I'm trying to say. But no. Clearly Tropic is going to make it over here. Like, it's a 2022 film even. Because it premiered in the States there. But yeah, it's going to be one of the films that are gonna... It's going to be hard to find because it's a way smaller film. Okay. Alright, next up, something widely available, although it is a French film, because it is over on Netflix, versus a bit of an indie film. Oh my god, we're doing the inverse of what we just did. An indie film that somehow found quite a big audience. Of course, I'm talking about Skinamarink and Voleuse, which translate to wing... No, it actually doesn't translate to wing women. But we'll just go with that. They got guns. You know them. They're Melanie Laurent and Adele. It's just Adele. I didn't like Skinamarink that much. I think I fall into the category of those people that think it's kind of boring. I didn't get much out of it. And I think in the atmosphere of in a cinema, I might have enjoyed it, but I caught it when it was out on VOD. And yeah, left me a bit underwhelmed. This other one, though, was incredibly bad. It was so stale and just like derivative of anything you've seen before in that type of comedy, drama, action genre. Think Charlie's Angel and stuff like that. So I'm gonna select Skinamarink over Wing Women, actually. All right. Next up, we are going to the moon. To the moon, baby. It's dumb money time. Alright, we got another horror film against, I guess, Wall Street's horror. Dumb money. Yeah, he's got a... I just, for the first time ever, noticed that he's got a cat on his beanie. Yeah, this movie has like a big cast, Dumb Money that is, and ended up kind of not doing well at the box office for like I think it had like 80 million in the budget. And I also haven't rated it because it had it under embargo because I saw this even before it premiered at the Fall Festival. It's a bit of a flex here. And it was decent. It's all right. I think this one, I love Sarah Snook. She's amazing in Succession. But this movie is just incredibly repetitive and kind of boring. It's out on Netflix now, so it might be the type of background movie that some people enjoy. But I don't think Dumb Money was bad. It was just a bit underwhelming. And so quickly done as well. I think it could have been done better if they had just taken a bit more time to actually tell an interesting story. It feels like the Cliff Notes version of it feels like pretty basic overall, and yeah, and what it does. All right, let's move back. Another, well, this one got picked up by Netflix. All right. Yeah, this is a bit of an unfortunate matchup between Somebody I Used to Know and Fair Play, because I think both movies are worth seeing. I really liked Fair Play, like a workplace drama, gender dynamics, all of that good fun. And Somebody I Used to Know, Alison Brie, going on a trip to her hometown. She's a workaholic and meets her first love again. Like, it's very cliched in how this could play out, and I'm definitely one that liked this more. That's why like these two are matched up, because not a lot of people like this one. I thought it was all right. I thought it wasn't bad, but Fair Play is the better movie between the two by quite a stretch. Although I did like both of these films way more than the averages on Letterboxd, at least. Okay. Ooh, yeah. This is the one. Okay, so I watched a Chinese film this year. So I watched the carbon copy of Top Gun Maverick, basically. It's not really a carbon copy, but just like a movie about flying. That's about as far as they go, because they never actually go into any battle. They just like prep, and that's the whole film. Versus Flaming Hot. This was one of the films that was the promotional here's a product movies, origin story, like Air. Not like Blackberry, because it definitely has the involvement of the people who are making it. Like, they're in support of it. It's not like a biopic where you go into the shortcomings of a person. You're always just focusing on the better parts. In a way, like, yeah. I thought that Flaming Hot really sucked. I thought it was a really bad movie. And Born to Fly was just, it was all right. I mean, you know, it's flying, but Chinese. So yeah, both of these films, I wouldn't recommend them, but I guess Born to Fly makes it into the next round. Okay. All right, we'll do another quick round here. What Comes Around against Hesitation Wound. I think this one won actually like a prize in Venice. It was like a really bleak and slow story about a criminal lawyer who's basically just trying to do a job, but a job is like really tough for like the simplest of things to get done. But I was really bored by it. It doesn't have a release, unfortunately, anywhere outside of the I guess Italy so far. This one I think just recently came out on streaming, and it's just a bad film. It's a really bad film. It's like a young love affair becomes a menacing game of cat and mouse where nothing is what it seems in this immersive thriller. Like, even the logline sucks. Like, I'm gonna go down to a 1. It was horrible, man. So yeah, even though the other one was boring, at least it wasn't offensively bad. Can I even show the poster for this one? This one is a bit more... Ay. Okay. So, one of the highest grossing horror films is up next. If it were to load. There we go. Alright. Five Nights at Freddy's versus the feeling that the time for doing something has passed. So yeah, one of them... so, one of them very child-friendly, while still being, like, a horror film. And this one is like, how do I describe this film? What did they write about it? A mosaic-style comedy following the life of a woman as time passes in her long-term casual BDSM relationship, low-level corporate job, and quarrelsome Jewish family. Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. This movie it can be kind of annoying at times. I'm kind of straight down the middle of it. I feel like if you don't watch a lot of festival films, then you'll probably go like, what the fuck is this? And I can't fault you for it. You're probably better off with Five Nights at Freddy's. But I think the movie was just kind of underwhelming. So I'm going to go with the festival pick here, which might be a common reoccurrence for the rest of today. Alright. Which is actually exactly what's going to happen in the next matchup. Between Heart of Stone and Inville, Gal Gadot's Netflix film, where she's an ancient and she does ancient stuff. Yeah, killing action. This one's an animated Italian movie. I found both of these films kind of boring. This was like the last film I caught at the Venice Film Festival, and it was kind of a bit of a low point to end it on. And you can't really see it anywhere yet, so it's gonna move on into the next round. But I feel like people should stay away from trash like this, because it's just gonna make it easier for Netflix to just pump out these stupid low effort carbon copies of just like whatever imprint they got for entertaining movie that will get a couple million watch time hours. So yeah, the thing is, like, this part of the stream is pretty depressing because the film year overall I think has been really good. But you always get like a lot of stuff that it's just kind of the same thing. And I don't know how much we've moved away from just consuming it regardless if we like it or not. If that's just like the slop that's given to us, so we watch it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I've been leaning towards giving the festival movie the win a couple of times here. I guess which one is the festival movie? But I do kind of like Mrs. Marvel, The Marvels more than Behind the Mountains, which was this. This was another film that I caught at Venice. That was just kind of weird. It's like a guy who's in jail, and he comes out and he thinks he can fly. So he grabs his son and takes off with him and wants to teach him as well that he can fly. It's kind of funny that like this is literally like one of the last moments of the film. I don't know what. I guess it's I don't know. This movie is just like perplexing to me because it becomes like a heist movie or like a hostage movie about like 2/3 in for the rest of the film, and it's just like out of nowhere. It feels like they were just like, okay, we got this one location and we got to shoot the rest of the movie here. Yeah, I think The Marvels was by far not the best, not the best, yes, but also not the worst superhero movie of the year. I think it was just kind of bland and decent, and if it had come out a couple years earlier, maybe we wouldn't have minded it that much, but it was just like, it didn't have a coherent thing that they went with, and I think it's kind of disappointing because Iman Vellani, I think Miss Marvel might have been my favorite of the MCU shows, which all were kind of a bit underwhelming, you know, if you look at my ratings. But for MCU levels, I mean, they've done way worse. And she's a great prospect for this ongoing franchise, and hopefully don't take the wrong lessons. Definitely, I don't even want to say it. They'll definitely take the wrong lessons from this. But yeah, she's great. Also, Nia DaCosta, I wouldn't say that she's much at fault here. Candyman was a really fun movie. And this is, I guess, just studio stuff. Studio movies. You know the drill. You know the talking points. It's the bad studios. I mean, 2023 is kind of just a perfect year. Which we're not done with Marvel yet. Speaking of a worse Marvel movie. Oh my god. Unfortunately, Mutant is also in Ant. And there's Ant, Elephant. Man, I watched too many movies this year. Okay. So this is a really easy, quick matchup. Shortcomings, clearly it's a better movie. It's gonna move on. And yeah, Quantumania, just a really bad superhero movie. Just pointless. Overall, really pointless. And yeah, go see Shortcomings. It's out on VOD. I think Kevin just watched it the other night. It's fun. It's like it has a bunch of really despicable characters in it, and that's kind of the fun of it. It's all spoiled by the ending. Yeah, I guess it was the Marvels was too cut short, which you can't say about this one. This one just kind of dragged on. I don't know. Marvel. We talked about it on the podcast, I think, quite extensively. What's wrong with Marvel and how they could do it. They could improve and maybe get back on track, but hey, at least with the Jonathan Majors stuff and Kang being out, they have a bit of time to reset with only Deadpool 3 on the horizon for them next year. Hopefully, they take a bit of time to get stuff right. I've seen the first couple episodes of no, never mind. I've seen the first couple of episodes of Echo, but they're still under embargo, so I can't really say if like the direction they go with the TV show is any better. But that obviously was like done still with like the old. There's like they got a couple of series that they have done, just kind of set to release. Anyways, sequels. Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget. Yes. Yeah, so I loved the first Chicken Run. I rewatched it just for the release of this film. Can you have any hints on your thoughts on Echo? I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I think like the embargo is like I did like a press thing for them with the cast and crew. I think it's better than all of the movies that they released this year. I'll just say that. But yeah, I think that's enough. That's all I can say. All right, Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget. I was hoping for a bit more. When it comes to animation, I was hoping for another contender in a great year for animation with a new Hayao Miyazaki movie, Across the Spider-Verse. And this one just really didn't live up to it. I thought it was still charming, but it did feel a bit like contrived and like, hey, we gotta get the band back together. A band of fearless chickens. They flock together. And I don't know. Yeah, it left some stuff on the table. Wasn't as juicy. Not a lot of spice with that chicken. But it was better than Manodrome. That's out on streaming now. For those who want to check it out. But it's like about a guy who is... I think we're going to get a bunch of movies that are basically doing the modern day Taxi Driver. As we get a resurgence of those like red-pilled, alpha, man on the street, all of that type of shit. As that has become really popular. We're definitely going to get like some pseudo analysis of that type of behavior. And a lot of it is going to be like as surface level as Manodrome is. I'm sure of that. But hopefully we'll get like a really good movie that isn't Joker. But yeah, something solid. We're bound to have that at some point. All right. So Chicken Run, by the way, if that wasn't clear, moves on into the next round. Okay, next up we got two really weird movies. One of them is a musical, and the other one is how would I describe that? Well, it's starring a bunch of really attractive women. Just say that. So A24 is proving that they can also miss. Because I think Dix is incredibly unfunny. It's really annoying. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. She came to me as like, if you look at the poster, it looks like a fake movie. It looks like a fake movie, man. So it's about Peter Dinklage's character, who's like a successful playwright. Who's married to Anne Hathaway, and then he meets Marissa Tomei, who's kind of like this this woman at sea who kind of lures him in and becomes his muse, and she's got like an obsession with love, and he writes like a play about it. That's like the whole movie. It's such a weird film, but it was entertaining. Whereas Dix just really annoyed me the whole time. So I'm gonna go with She Came For Me. Bit of a Golden Globes nominated film. Which one? She Came To Me? Or Dix? I haven't seen that. Which one's got the Globe nomination? I mean, you would want a nice stick with two big globes underneath it, right? So it would be kind of fitting. She Came To Me. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe some more people are gonna see it, because this is quite a fun film. All right, we got two movies that I don't have much to say about. All right, one of them is like a doc about Pornhub. I think it's it's just like not well done. It's definitely like a Netflix documentary, and you know what I mean when I say Netflix documentary. And then Le Retour, Homecoming, was a film that I caught in Cannes, and I didn't really like it. It's just like about these sisters and a mother, and what is this, like in her 30s, works with a wealthy Parisian family who offers her an opportunity to take care of her children for the summer. Whatever. It's just like it doesn't really have a focus and a through line. I completely forgot what this movie is actually about. So I think I'm gonna go with... I think the Pornhub stuff is still worse. So I'm gonna go with Homecoming. Although I don't think I could recommend either of them. Yeah. man. Hey, only like a couple more movies that we get to the good stuff, I promise. Actually, we do have something pretty good coming up that I'm surprised it's this low. I guess it's just by, yeah, it's just a genre as well. It's got a Bruce Springsteen song that got nominated. Wait, it's nominated for song, not for anything in the movie. Like, actually, oh, that's kind of funny. All right, okay. 2 horror movies, equally gruesome, I'd say. Evil Dead Rise, the 5th outing in the franchise, and Haunted Mansion, the 2nd in a series, I guess, of a remake of this. Bizarrely, yeah, Disney lost a bunch of money on this one because they released it like right a week after Barbenheimer, instead of around October. Why that is, I have no fucking clue. This one came earlier in the year, I think at South by Southwest, yeah, and I think it's just a really solid entry in a really good franchise. Evil Dead Rise is really gruesome, bloody, but it is thoroughly entertaining. And Haunted Mansion is glossy, and you don't want to use the term glossy for a horror film. I think that's just kind of wrong. So, yeah. It's, I mean, yeah, no, I was about to say, is there anything redeeming about the film? And I don't know if there is. I don't think so. All right. Ooh, we have another one of the lowest rated films on the list here, with Pet Sematary Bloodlines, which is where is it? It's number 366 out of 369. And I'd agree, this is a horrible movie. It's really bad. Le Théorème de Marguerite, Margaret's Theorem, is about to come out, I think, here in Switzerland. Yeah. Well, actually, I guess in a couple of places it has already come out. At least at the theater that I work at, we have it like early next year. Yeah. And I think it's a solid film about like a math geek who falls in love, kind of that type of deal. And this Pet Sematary thing is like a period piece, and it's just like, it's bad all around. There's nothing good about it. It's got horrible performances, bad writing, the whole deal. All right. Staying on theme with horror. Just a lot of horror films that miss. One of them, well, 2 horror comedies. Actually, these matchups are kind of interesting. All right, we got 2 horror comedies. One of them, The Blackening. The other one, Renfield with Nicholas Hoult, the upcoming Lex Luthor, I guess. With Nick Cage as Dracula. I think this one just didn't really know exactly what it wanted to be. Just had Nick Cage doing, I don't know, Dracula, I guess. But The Blackening was quite funny at parts. I think this is getting a sequel that's coming out in summer of 2024. Yeah, a fun movie, out on streaming if you're interested. And yeah, Renfield. Hey, I guess if you're in Australia, you can watch it on Netflix. You have arrived at a film where it's like a question where like, what? Actually, 2 movies where the question is, why did I watch this? So one of them is a kids film, that's called How to Get Your Parents to Divorce, and the other one's called Love Again. I don't remember a single thing about Love Again. Like, I kid you not, like, not a single moment I can remember. But I guess her fiance dies. It's just a bad movie. Let's just skip over it. This one is also really bad. Kid performances, you know, they only there's a limit to how good or bad they can be. I don't know. It's a kids movie. You can't really say too much bad stuff about it, but it certainly wasn't good. All right. Okay, we got 2 films from Venice. One of them was the directorial debut of a renowned actor, I'd say. And the other one, 2 Italian movies, actually, interestingly enough. This was like the first film we caught in Venice. It was so boring and bad. And it hasn't gotten a release date yet, I see. Yeah, I guess outside of... well, this was actually, I guess, just the Venice Film Festival. And Enea, yeah, came out, was gonna come out in Italy. Clearly the better film. It has like a lot of inspirations from different styles, and they kind of clash. The narrative isn't coherent, but it's just also too long. It's passable at best. But yeah. All right. Oh God, we have so many more to go. This is crazy. All right, a Netflix movie against a Apple TV Plus movie. Kind of surprised that I like this movie quite a bit more than I think the average is on Letterboxd. But I like the premise. Maybe not. And I liked the acting. Jeremy Allen White, Riz Ahmed, Rissi Buckley, Luke Wilson as well. Maybe the idea is not as fleshed out. Could have been better, but I quite like this. I think this one, maybe I'd go even lower with my rating. I think it has like really great performances from Christian Bale and Harry Melling, but it's just, I don't know, it's not my type of thing. This period piece story. So I'm gonna go with Fingernails over the Pale Blue Eyes. And yeah, next up I'll just do this in front of you guys. Actually, as I do it wrong. Maybe that's why it's taking so long. Biosphere, which is for sure a movie that I would be surprised if people actually knew about it. And then we got another DC film. Alright, so Biosphere against Shazam, Fury of Gods. I totally forgot that this movie came out this year. It feels like it's been longer than that. Yeah, I think the first one was successful in that teen charm who learns like he has powers, and the family thing was kind of cute. This one just kind of feels like it's assembled together after the fact, and there's not really much care put into it. I like the premise in Biosphere. In a not too distant future, the last 2 men on Earth must adapt and evolve to save humanity. And I don't want to say more than that. I think it's really intriguing where basically they're all in this sphere, and they only have each other to talk to. One of them is the president, and the other one's like a scientist. And yeah, it just kind of evolves from there. I think it's really it's an interesting movie. It's Sterling K. Brown and Mark Duplass. They're both great. So yeah, it's a bit of a hidden gem recommendation. So that's gonna move on to the next round. Okay. Strays against Lubo. Movie where I guess animals talk. Not really my thing. I didn't think it was funny. Just kind of crass humor. Lubo, a bit more of a serious movie. Also almost 3 hours long. But ultimately, I ate it better between the two. So I'm gonna go with Lubo. Alright. Yeah. All right. This next one is, I didn't know that they allowed rom-coms with two people that have like as little chemistry as Reese Witherspoon and Ashton Kutcher have. My God. But White Plastic Sky, an animated film that I assume, well, I don't know if it even released yet outside of film festivals. Yeah, it released in some places, so it's gonna come out in the French are getting it in 2024 in April. But yeah, really solid animated film about like the future where there's basically no water left, and oxygen I think is also in short supply, and people sometimes willingly turn themselves into trees. It's a really intriguing premise, and I think they use the animation to the best in the best possible way. So yeah, fuck your place of mine. This clearly goes to White Plastic Sky. All right. Another really easy matchup. We got basically what feels like a student film that we saw at the Venice Film Festival. Probably like the worst one we caught at the fest. The only movie I walked out of because it was so repetitive and boring. Rustin, a really solid watched, I think, overall as well. Adaptation or biopic story about Bayard Rustin. Yeah, go check it out if you haven't already. I mean, it's widely accessible on Netflix. Coleman Domingo is just, he's a great actor. I'm really looking forward to Sing Sing next year. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to watch that one. But, yeah. Alright, we're staying with the festival films. Here's another one from Cannes. And this one, I don't remember. What's this? Oh, God. I don't remember this movie. Alright, so... considering that I only remember one of these two, I'm gonna go with Only the River Flows. Really fun film that had some really creative visual storytelling moments that we kept talking about throughout the whole festival and even after the festival. Again, distribution is gonna be tough for this one. But yeah, a great Chinese film, yeah, that I can recommend more than the other one where they went flying. This one's out on Shudder, premiered at Tribeca, and oh yeah, this was just a really bizarre film where they're basically in a hotel, then it's just like a bunch of weird stuff happens. I don't know, I can't really describe it more than that. Now I remember a bit of it. It wasn't great though. So Only the River Flows, by the way, moves on. Yeah, next one, the third film in a series. Baby Ruby. Oh, this is another horror film where I don't really remember much of it. Oh no, I do remember. Okay, so Baby Ruby, we got Kit Harington and Noemi Merlot. She's pregnant, and basically becomes a horror film about like this baby existing, all the fears that come with it. I think conceptually, this movie is better than it is in its execution. But Trolls Band Together is so annoying to me that Baby Ruby actually takes the cake. Yeah, it's better than the other. All right. Alright, we got two more that I caught in Venice. One of them, I think it just now has come out on streaming. In the Lands of Saints and Sinners with Liam Neeson, Carrie Condon, Kieran Hines, and then Jack Gleason as well, who most people probably know from Game of Thrones. Totoro. This one was like decently entertaining. But finalement l'alba has like a crazy cast. It's like an Italian movie, and we kept saying that this must have been a tax write-off, because it was bizarrely bad. But it did have like Willem Dafoe, Rohrwacher, Lily James, Joe Keery, Rachel Sennett. So it was like a bizarre, like good cast that elevated some of like the really bad moments. I'm saying that and giving it a 2 out of 5. But it was like on paper so much worse. They gave it a bit of substance. But yeah, In the Lands of Saints and Sinners, better entertainment, just better movie all around. Okay. Oh my god. Listen guys, I don't know how we're gonna do this. Because I'm looking at this over here. And we basically have done about this many. This is all we've done so far. And this is what's ahead of us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That is crazy. It's not like we've almost been here for 2 hours. Listen, the dedication is not... Gotta keep on going. It's all about persistence in 2024. Alright. Okay, Murder Mystery 2 against Last Summer. Another festival film against the Netflix one. I feel like that's a common thing by now. I didn't find this funny at all. Although Jennifer Lawrence, Jennifer Aniston and Adam Sandler do have quite a bit of chemistry. I think that works. Last Summer was really intriguing. It's like this age gap thing. Would be an interesting double feature to have it with May December. Just saying that. I don't know if it's... I guess it's got a physical release, theatrical, digital, early next year. And yeah, should be out on streaming sooner than later. But yeah, can't wait for more people to see it and basically say how wrong it is to think it's a good film, because it like yeah, it tells an interesting story about like not good people. All right. Okay. The Commander, the opening film at the Venice Film Festival, the better of the two here. The List, I don't remember what the list was, but it's just man, it's just look at this. It looks like shit. Obviously, I don't know why I watched this. Okay, do I need to explain myself? No, I don't need to explain myself. I just did. I just like I saw the movie was coming up. I saw the poster and was like, why did I watch this? Why do I need to talk about it now and kind of justify that I've seen it like a while back? And it's like, oh my god. Yeah, you know what? This whole thing, it takes forever, and it might be kind of draining and repetitive and maybe boring and bland. Okay. But we do it for the reason like this. When there's a movie like Somewhere in Queens, didn't have it on my radar at all, from Ray Romano. And it just kind of works for me, and it just kind of is ultimately surprisingly incredibly touching. And like, oh my god, this movie came out of nowhere. And I have it really high in my overall rating of the year for the movie that it is. Just like basically Romano, sorry, I can't read, just telling a story about like life in Queens. And I mean, it's certainly better than the Meg. It's not like it's got steep competition here, but yeah, go check it out if you haven't. Okay, this is gonna be another quick round. We got yet another Nick Cage film, Butcher's Crossing Against an Endless Sunday, which is another festival film. That even won like a prize. I think this movie was really bad. It was about like kids that are bad kids. And I think the director even made a point under my review to say like, yeah, they're not supposed to be good people. But I found it just like incredibly draining to just see them be shitty people, and the movie ultimately not really having a point to why we see them be shitty people. It's not like the circumstance. It's just like, I don't know, it felt pretty pointless. Butcher's Crossing is like no masterpiece or anything, but as far as westerns go, as far as Nick Cage performances go, it's kind of fun, you know. So yeah, I mean, if it's up against a bad movie, then the whole thing is like, it's not a lot to debate. All right, we got another festival movie against a Netflix film, one that did incredible numbers over at Netflix. I guess Jennifer Lopez is just like enough of a draw for a lot of people to see it. I thought the movie was, again, pretty bad. I didn't love this one either. It was from a pretty popular, I guess, German novel, or a Swiss novel. I don't even know. But it's just like left me a bit cold, although it was supposed to like be this whole thing about like an entire life of a guy, and you get to witness it, and it just kind of felt like, I don't know, there was nothing that really engaged me in this. But it still was better than The Mother. So yeah, I'm gonna take that over. I think Netflix is not really gonna fare well in my overall rankings. But yeah, well, I don't know if this movie has come out actually. Hold up, I know this other one has come out. All right. So next up we got Firebrand Against the Kill Room. This is another one that has like a really low rating on Letterboxd. Uma Thurman, John Maginiello, I don't know. Maya Hawke, Samuel L. Jackson. It's just the premise itself is weird. A hitman, his boss, and an art dealer, and a money laundering scheme. What the fuck? What is this slogan? A hitman, his boss, an art dealer, and a money laundering scheme that accidentally turns the assassin into an overnight avant-garde sensation. Yeah, everything feels like incredibly forced in this one. This is the more interesting movie. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be. Well, I guess it still has the theatrical run in the States next year. So yeah, I think it's watchlist worthy. Put it on your watchlist until it releases. Certainly better than this that's already out on streaming. But yeah, Firebrand. That's all right. And I'm obviously gonna go with the movie that's better here, with Firebrand. Yeah, no. I kind of want to speed this up a bit because I'm just talking about overall underwhelming films. But no, I'm gonna keep at it. I think in the second run we'll do it faster. Club Zero, the worst film coming out of Cannes. yeah, it's gonna come out in theaters here soon. Haunting in Venice, I think it was worse than the first, better than the second. Enough that it will move into the next round. Actually, the next movie is called Cannes and Venice, a documentary about Cannes itself, up against a horror film. And even though the ratings would tell you that I prefer one over the other by quite a big margin, I think Cannes and Venice doesn't do anything crazy. I just thought that It's a Wonderful Knife felt really like in the same year that It's Totally Killer comes out, which we'll see later on. I don't know when, probably 2024. It felt like not as interesting. And yeah, everything about it was just kind of a bit worse. But I like the other one. But this round goes to Cannes and Venice. Man, I just have seen too many festival movies. Now that sounds like a flex, but in the context of this, it's a bit tough. But I mean, both of these films are out. I guess I thought that one of them wasn't. Miguel Wants a Fight, two teenagers, and Ruby Gillman. You know, Miguel just wants to fight. He wants to prove that he's a fighter. He can do it. I think this is like a solid teen kids film. I don't know if it qualifies as a kids film. It's just, I guess, just a comedy. Yeah, it's out on Disney on Hulu. And this one was one of the Universal projects that just flopped incredibly hard. I guess they were just kind of banking on Lana Condor carrying this. I mean, Toni Collette is also in it. Liza Koshy, Will Forte, Colman Domingo. It's got a decent cast, but it's just a voice cast. Wasn't enough to stand out. And I think it's a decent story. It's familiar though. Miguel wants to fight. It's just a bit better. So yeah. Moving on. All right, Robert Rodriguez has a new film out with Ben Affleck. It's out on streaming, and it's bad. I don't know what to tell you other than it's like a weird passed down version of a Chris Nolan film meets The Matrix, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's just it is very bad, and I'm not the biggest fan of Robert Rodriguez because he has like these films that are like, I don't know if there's sometimes when his stuff is serious, it just really doesn't work, and when he wants to be silly, it's not really that funny. I think Gran Turismo is totally passable. In any other year, it might have stood out as like a I don't know, like a light in the distance that like at some point will get decent video game adaptations. But we got The Last of Us, we got the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which were all kind of, I mean, Last of Us clearly better than Super Mario's movie and this, but they are passable now. That they are like better than a lot of the superhero stuff. So I feel like it hasn't really gotten that much attention. Neil Blomkamp as well for District 9 is a great filmmaker, and I think that's kind of one of the reasons why it works quite well, even though it is a studio film. All right. Ooh, I've got another hidden gem for you guys. So both of these films, you could technically go see it right now. Cat Person ultimately has an interesting premise. College sophomore meeting a guy, and then it's like, is he going to be a good guy, bad guy, that type of thing. Are all guys bad? In a way. And Down Low is just like so much fun. Hidden gem. I don't see anyone talking about it. It's really funny. Just a really funny movie. One Wild Night, a deeply repressed man, the twink who gives him a happy ending, and all the lives they ruin along the way. Oh, wait, sorry, I read that wrong. But it's a really funny movie. Go check it out. You can rent it. But yeah. Next up, we got another Venice film without distribution yet. Day of the Fight, about a fighter. Can't really say much about it more than that. And The Nun, a horror film that I didn't like the first one, didn't like the second one. Although that's one that you can actually see over the Day of the Fight. It's clearly the worst between the two. Alright, next up, new Luc Besson movie, Dogman against Pain Hustlers. Yeah, I'm not passionate about either of these films. I didn't really like them. I do think that Dogman is the better movie between the two. Because Pain Hustlers feels very generic. So, I think I'll go with Dogman over Pain Hustlers. Alright. Johnny Depp, Jean de Barry, opening film in Cannes against Champions, Woody Harrelson, comedy. Better sports movie than Next Goal Wins by a long shot. Yeah, can recommend it over Jean de Barry. I think this one is directed by Ewan. She's the lead. She also plays like this incredibly gorgeous person in the story, and it feels a bit odd to cast yourself for that. I don't know. Champions the better movie between the two. I think for the rest of it, man, I'm this is taking forever. I'll just do it like this, which will be a bit quicker, because this is technically still just a preliminary round. All right, let me take a swig of water. All right, let's make it a bit bigger. All right. We can go by the ratings here as well. So Naiad, sorry about Naiad, Netflix movie. Mummies, I think, is also on Netflix. Just a really horrible animated movie. Upon Open Sky. Okay, now here's when we get problems, when I don't remember what the movie actually was. Hold up. Let's have a look. Upon, fuck, I did it wrong. Oh, okay. I just don't remember it in the A Cielo Aberto. I would have remembered. I butchered that, but that's what it was called. Yeah, I think this one was better displayed at in Venice. I liked it quite a bit. White Man Can't Jump. Jack Harlow wasn't really that great. The Burial with Jamie Foxx. Entertaining movie. Through my, this is the second lowest, by the way, in the whole thing. It's the second movie in this series. I just watched it because I saw the first one, like a Spanish movie, I think, as well. It's so bad it's entertaining to me, so that's why I watched it. but it's clearly not better than The Burial. Love at First Sight versus Inside the movie with Willem Dafoe, and Love at First Sight. Oh my god, I actually have to take another look. How was this one? Yes, actually quite surprisingly well done. With all of these like movies, Netflix romance movies, they all blend together, especially when it comes to the title. You just remember them more by their leads. But Haley Lou Richardson is really charming. I think Inside is just Willem Dafoe, and I like Willem Dafoe. But Love at First Sight, I actually was surprisingly positive on it. Whereas Inside, I was hoping for a bit more. Easy. Shotgun Wedding was incredibly bad. Another Jennifer Lopez movie, this time I think over at Amazon. Joyride, just a joyride of a comedy. I have that higher than a lot of people. I think 160 76 is like really low on just ratings wise, but I feel like comedies similar to horror films are getting way like harsher critique. Sorry. Forever, which was another film in Venice, I think a Ukrainian one. I didn't like that one at all. Mafia Mama was Toni Collette being like a mafia mama for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, I think they got it right here, but I wouldn't say like by 100. I think Forever was also pretty bad. Black Flies against Alice Darling. Alice Darling is a bit of a hidden gem. Anna Kendrick giving a really great performance. Black Flies, the Sean Penn, he's a cop, and he's a bad cop. Is he a good cop underneath it? I don't know, that type of shit. We saw it in Gun, and someone filmed like 5 scenes with their phone, and that was the most entertaining thing about the film. Jupiter. There were a couple movies that I could say, like, there's Return to Mars, but which one is Jupiter? Is this one? Oh yeah, yeah, we shouldn't extend this photo. Yeah, I know. I think this one was kind of lackluster. I didn't like Silent Night, but it's better than Jupiter, I'd say. The other one, it's just so slow and kind of boring. Oh god. So The Palace is the new Roman Polanski movie, and Europa was a festival film that probably was, yeah, no, it was both of them played at the Zurich Film Festival as well. They were both horrible in their own ways. Oh god, it's picking the lesser of two evils. I'm going to go with Polanski just doesn't deserve to get a win. Vavara against 65. 65, obviously, early in the year, people had a lot of expectations for, you know, Adam Driver doing like a fun dino movie. And this one, Sasha works for a natural gas company. When his wife gives months early, Sasha is searching for money to save the premature baby. Yeah, I think this one, I don't remember much of it, but I do remember that 65 was just a mess the whole way through. Just nothing worked about it. Yeah, Megan against Wrath of Becky. Two I guess horror films that hit. I didn't like Megan, I think, at all. I think it was a pretty bad film. When will I get to the good stuff, man? I hate talking about like all the stuff that was bad. Wrath of Becky was better than Megan. Milk against Peter Pan and Wendy. This is like a story about like a woman who was supposed to give birth, but then she has a stillbirth, and she still produces milk, so she tries to offload the milk onto other people. I think in its concept, it's a pretty interesting film. premise, but it just it doesn't really work. I think Peter Pan and Wendy is actually the better between the two. Thanksgiving and You Are So Not an... Okay, so this is actually bad. Because I think both movies are kind of decent. Thanksgiving is actually like a really good slasher. But it's Adam Sandler. And I think he... With Leo, with this one, he's had a solid year of just like being a dad. Literally in this. And his daughter's acting in it. I think it's pretty charming. When it comes to teen kids movies, this would be one that I'd recommend. I think it's a pretty solid one. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny versus the Red Suitcase. I mean, the Red Suitcase is a very slow movie, a festival movie. Again, you can't see it anywhere. I didn't think Indiana Jones was like horrible. It was just like really underwhelming for the expectations that we had for it. But yeah, action movie Sisu against Old Dads. Who's the bald guy? Who are you, bald guy? Not Bill Maher. I can't remember what his name is. Stand-up guy. Sisu was better. Old Dads was just like, hey, we can't say this stuff anymore. The comedy. I'm a Boston dad. Jesus Revolution against Genie. Oh god, both of these were bad. Genie was uniquely out of touch, and it felt like you could only see it if you're a 50-plus mom who drinks wine every night and is incredibly out of touch with the world, but still laughs at her own jokes. That's kind of Genie. Jesus Revolution isn't great, but it's better than Genie. What's Maestro doing so low? Zoe 102 could have been like so much worse. Follow up to the popular Nickelodeon show. But Maestro, I mean, Oscar contender. I don't know what it's doing so low. Corner Office against Aggro Drift. Oh, yeah, it's a Corner Office. Let me get the... Is it John Hamm? I don't have to... Hold up. I'll look it up here. Corner... I think it is John Hamm. It's like a delightfully weird film. That stays within its lane of how weird it gets. I feel like it's perfect matchup with Aggro Drift, which there we go. I think it's definitely like the lesser film between the two, but it is, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go with Corner Office, but another film that probably not a lot of people have heard about. The Featherweight against Candy Cane Lane. So this is the Eddie Murphy movie I was talking about earlier. The Featherweight, another boxing film from Venice, clearly the better one. Alma and Oscar and Foe. I did an interview with the lead and the director of this film. I think it's a really well-made film overall. Foe, Paul Mescal, Saoirse Ronan. Underwhelming, giving the talent in front of the camera. Yeah, just super horrible animated film, but like a superhero. It looks so bad. Reptile, I think Netflix film with Benicio del Toro was alright. I don't think it warrants to be like this low, but I guess it depends on the movies that are in front of it. But El Conde, Fast X, I mean, fast turn to El Conde. This one's out on Netflix, by the way, if you want to see it. This one... yeah, no, you don't need to see it. You just experience it. It's all about the family. The Machine against Heaven Above Zurich. So this one is in Swiss theaters right now. I really didn't like it. I thought it was really bad. I think The Machine is also pretty bad. Unfunny comedy. But it's better than this Swiss stock. Woodland against You People. Woodland is definitely better than You People. Again, here we got a Netflix film. This is another festival film that I don't think has come out yet. Red, White, Royal Blue, and Lonely. This is a Italian film. I don't think if it has a release, wouldn't be worth talking about. When it comes to smaller film, I don't think it was really good. This one was quite entertaining for what it was. I think a novel adaptation. And yeah, pretty fun. I think streaming on Amazon Prime. Vacation Friends 2 against Along Came Love. I didn't like either of these. I think Along Came Love is not a festival film. From Cannes this time. It was all over the place. Vacation Friends is so painfully unfunny though that I think that Along Came Love actually wins this. What's Love got to do with it? Lily James, easy. Moves on to the next round. Snow Leopard. Is it a Mongolian film or was it a Chinese film? Regardless, I found this incredibly boring. My Animal against The Elephant's Magician. This was like a teen growing up, coming of age thing. This one's a horrible animation thing from Netflix. Easy. My Animal moves on. Banel and Adama against Insidious. Was this Senegal? Don't remember if this was Senegal or another country. But I think Brother and Sister are they... I don't remember. But this is a pretty solid film. I think Insidious The Red Door was I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of the Insidious franchise. So the third entry wasn't... Oh, second... No, it actually was the second film, I guess, right? No, it was Insidious 3. But didn't like it that much. The Family Plan against The Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid is better. Has the better songs. Family Plan. Mark Wahlberg and his family, but he used to have a past where he was an agent. He's not anymore, but the past has caught up with him. That type of stuff. Breaking Ice, Children of the Corn, easy. I think Breaking Ice is coming out soonish in theaters, so watchlist that right now. A film set in China, right around the border to North Korea, and that region. Tale of like 3 people kind of connect there. Great stuff. Children of the Corn, horrible adaptation of, I think, a Stephen King story. I don't remember Animalia, but Knock at the Cabin was actually pretty solid. That was for, I guess, first part of the year, I think my highest rated film. Yeah, not anymore. The Perfect Find against Dead Girls Dancing. I don't know what the Perfect Find was. Perfect... Definitely not Perfect Days. The Perfect Find. Oh, yeah, it's an incredibly forgettable Netflix movie. That's what it was. Yeah, Dead Girls Dancing is, I think, a Swiss film. Again, similar to that other Gasoline Rainbow thing, where they go on a road trip and there's some stuff that they do. Pretty boring overall, but better than The Perfect Find. The Lesson against the Boogeyman. The lesson's better. It's like Saltburn, but they studied English literature. Boston Strangler against Leo. I think Leo is actually like really charming. Boston Strangler, not really yet. Kind of boring. Sound of Freedom against Justice War. What was it? War World. I don't like either of those films. I'm gonna go with Justice League just because. Yeah, Sound of Freedom is kind of cringe. Monkey King. Another... I think this one was alright-ish for an animation. Could have been worse. But The Rescue... definitely the better between the two, if I remember correctly what this movie was. Yeah, Il Rapto. Yeah, I did like an interview for this one. Shouldn't have forgotten, but they have like different titles. That's why I wasn't sure. Where was I? Yeah, The Rescue, definitely the better between the two. Making Off, another festival film. It played in Venice. I don't think it is out yet. Freelance. Yeah, Alison Brie, John Cena, not good. Crater, Netflix direct to not Netflix, direct to Disney Plus streaming. Totally killer. The slasher I was talking about earlier with It's a Wonderful Knife. It's definitely the better one. The Creator against Slaughterhouse. I quite liked the Creator. Slaughterhouse was yeah, was kind of lazy. 2020 is what it says here for those who know. Roman numbers. I do think about the Roman Empire sometimes, if you don't mind me saying. Yeah, is it a Romanian film? I think it's a Romanian film. Pretty good. Cocaine Bear, pretty entertaining. I think I like Cocaine Bear a bit more than this other one, though. Ingmar Bachmann against Golda. I don't like either of these two, but Golda film just kind of annoyed me. And then Quiz Lady against We Have a Ghost. Yeah, Aquafina over whatever ghost thing this was. Netflix film. Again, Netflix not doing too well, man. The Royal Hotel about my father. This is like Robert De Niro as my father. And The Royal Hotel. Kitty Green, the assistant, great film, doing her sophomore feature here. Royal Hotel in the Outback in Australia. I think it's worthwhile. I don't think it's amazing, but yeah. Normal against Maybe I Do. I don't remember. I think I do know what Normal was. Yeah. So it's about like a daughter has to take care of her dad who might be sick, but he doesn't want to show it. And then Maybe I Do is at the bottom here, at the very bottom. This horrible, oh my god, 2-generation thing with Richard Gere, Diane Keaton, and Emma Roberts and Luke Bracey, and basically these two get together, and then these two get together. But they're all related, you know, father-son type of thing. Yeah. It's set down in Alabama. It's really bad. I think Normal is better, but not one that I remember at the end of the year to shout out as like a gem. Carmen and Holly. Yeah, Melissa Barrera. I think she's a good actress. She's a good singer. She's a good dancer. But Holly, this little festival gem from Belgium, is one that I'd say is the better between the two. House Party versus Elemental. I didn't like either of these films. I think House Party just kind of relied on a lot of cameos. But Elemental, I guess ultimately being the Pixar film, it still got a bit more going for it. To Catch a Killer versus Transformers Rise of the Beast. I'm going to go with To Catch a Killer. So that concludes, finally, the first round of this. Which, by the way, I guess we did have 112 matchups. Oh my god. I'm just realizing that like the first matchup in the actual thing would be at least 113. So like, yeah, even one more. So it would be about the same. Yeah. So I think this gives us enough. We might even need some from the first round. To fill out the rest of our bracket, because the way this is gonna work is show it to you. The way this is gonna work is we'll play out this bracket further and then add a bunch of films in here, so we get to our final 265 movies in the bracket. But we have to decide the seating, so we'll quickly do this. So let me change the music for this. I'll quickly do this without spoilers. A bunch of movies are gonna technically get kicked out, but because we had I don't remember how many we got in here, but we had a bunch. I don't think like any of the movies that have advanced, pretty much all of them will be in the final bracket. So yeah, that's that. Anyways, let me do this real quick. All right, speed round. Stolen against Wildcat. Stolen. Clearly. Saw X over The Pope's Exorcist. Cobweb over Let Me Go. Ferrari over Sympathy for the Devil. Sly, Leave the World Behind. Sly. Super Mario over Universal Theory. No hard feelings. No hard feelings about that one. Ooh, this is... Reality. Better performance overall. Scream 6. Equalizer 3. I do like slashers. Wish is better than Gasoline Rainbow. On the Pulse. The Siren is better. Infinity Pool. Easy. Napoleon. Paint Adagio. Just get him a rank. Fair play. Yes. What is this? All to play for. Cheat code, please. Play? Oh, rien à perdre. No, this one was great. It's just like, oh my god, when you got the English titles, I just don't know what it is anymore. Yeah, hesitation, wound gets kicked out. Nowhere versus the Marvels. I guess the Marvels. Shortcomings, Chicken Run. Ooh, this is an interesting one. I think Shortcomings is better. Good Person versus She Came to Me. I think the Good Person is actually... The Good Person is more interesting. Homecoming. Oh, this is... I was about to say, is this the doc about... why am I blanking on the name? But you know who I mean. But it's not. Evil Dead Rise. This is like a French film. Blackening. Margaret's Theorem was a bit better. What was this? How to Get Your Parents to Divorce. Yeah, no, I'm going with Enea. Fingernails over Silent Story. Biosphere over Lubo. I'm going Rustin over White Plastic Sky. Golden River Flows over Baby Ruby. Noble Love, we haven't talked about this one yet. I think it's pretty solid, interesting, better than In the Lands of Saints and Sinners. Last Summer over The Commander. Somewhere in Queens over Butcher's Crossing. Firebrand over A Whole Life. A Haunting in Venice over Fioretta. This was like a story about like family thing. I couldn't care less. Miguel Wants to Fight over Gun Uncut. Down Low over Gran Turismo. Dogman over Day of the Fight, although I didn't do that in my ranking like this, but Champions over A Little Prayer. Also haven't talked about this yet. This also got voted through automatically. I think A Little Prayer is better. Upon Open Sky, A Cielo Abierto is better than Naiad. Love at First Sight, probably better than The Burial. Joyride clearly over Forever Forever. Alice Darling over The Night Career. Silent Night over Europa. Wrath of Becky over Vanvara. Your Sonnet Invited to My Vitsma over Peter Pan. You Have My Feelings over Indiana Jones. Sisu over Jesus Revolution. Maestro over Corner Office. Elma and Oscar over Featherweight. I didn't really like Partners that much. That was another like festival film. Reptile over it. El Conde over The Machine for sure. Woodland over Red, White, and Royal Blue. What's Love Got to Do with It over Along Came Love. Eileen over My Animal if it were to load. Hello, Eileen. Banal and Adama over Little Mermaid. Breaking the Ice over Knock at the Cabin. The Lesson over That Girl's Dancing. Origin for sure over Leo. I mean, yeah, no, Origin is way better than Leo, but Leo is also pretty decent animated film. Oh god, I don't care about either of these films. Justice League War World versus Il Rapto. I'll go with Justice League. Totally Kid against Making Off. Let's go with Making Off. The Creator against Cocaine Bat. Easy for me. The Creator. El Paraíso. We haven't talked about this one. Pretty solid film. Coming out of the Venice Film Festival. Quiz Lady against the Royal Hotel. I'll go with the Royal Hotel. Normal against Holly. I did like Holly quite a bit. And then To Catch a Killer over Elemental. Alright, next round. Man. Alright, all the way to the top. Stolen against Zoex. Stolen came out of nowhere. An Indian film at the Venice Film Festival. I don't think it has distribution yet, but I really liked it more than I did Saw X. Cobweb against Ferrari. This is the less, well, I guess the more popular but less liked movie. Oh god, okay, fireworks. My cats are afraid. But I do like Ferrari more than that one Anthony Starr Cowboy movie. Sly. I think the Sylvester Stallone doc was interesting. I did like Super Mario Bros. Though quite a bit. I'm more interested in the features than the documentaries. No Hard Feelings. Reality. I think Reality beats it out here. Scream 6 against Wish. Do like Scream 6 quite a bit more. Desiring against Infinity Pool. Take Infinity Pool over it. Napoleon over Adagio. Fair Play over Skinamarink. Also Play for... is this like... Wait, Also Play for... Didn't I just have that? Also Play for... It was like... Yeah. Being on Perdre. This one was actually pretty good. Man, what a weird translation. The Marvels, Shortcomings. I mean, easily Shortcomings. Evil Dead Rise against The Good Person. Good Person was quite interesting. Like Florence Pugh, Morgan Freeman, you got in there. But I liked Evil Dead Rise quite a bit. Margaret's Theorem against Linnea. That takes it. Fingernails is, I think, better than Biosphere. Rustin over Only the River Flows. These are both interesting. I haven't really had a chance to spotlight both of them. I talked about last summer. I think Normal Love is really interesting. It's like an experiment where they basically agree to be in a relationship for a year. And just kind of try to see if that, like, if it works, if it just work on the relationship. I do think that Last Summer is the more interesting movie, though. Somewhere in Queens is better. Haunting in Venice. Miguel wants to fight. Miguel takes this one. Down Low over Dogman. Upon Open Sky over A Little Prayer. Joyride over Love at First Sight. Alice Darling over Silent Night. Wrath of Becky loses out to You Are So Not Invited To. Becky's not invited to my bar mitzvah. You Have My Feelings over Sisu. Maestro over Armand Oscar. And El Conde over Reptile. Alright, okay. My god. Here we go. Alright, another round. Ferrari versus Stolen. I did like Ferrari more than I did Stolen. Reality is gonna beat out the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Infinity Pool is gonna win over Scream 6. Fair Play over Napoleon. Shortcomings over Rien à Perdre. Evil Dead Rise over Margaret's Theorem. Fingernails over Rustin. Man, this is exhausting. Somewhere Queens over Last Summer. Down Low over Miguel Wants to Fight. Wait, I skipped one. I like Joyride more than Upon Open Sky. This is a tough one. Alice Darling, ultimately, I think better than You Are So Not Invited to My bar mitzvah. Oh, I haven't even done all of them, I just realized. You Have My Feelings against Maestro. This is a tough one. I think they're both really good. I'm gonna go with Maestro over You Have My Feelings. Alright. We still have a couple here. I love Lily James. So it's really tough, but I'll vote against her with Woodland. Banil and Adama is better than Eileen. Although I do love Anna, not Kendrick. Hathaway. Anne Hathaway. Let me change the music again to something a bit more chill. breaking ice against the lesson. Clearly breaking ice. I think under appreciated gem that is gonna release soon. Put that on your watch list. Origin, great film. Create against making off. This is not a French film that premiered festival wide. I don't know about like an actual release for it yet, but I think the creator is ultimately better. El Paraíso against the Royal Hotel. I'll go with the Royal Hotel. And then Holly against To Catch a Killer. I think To Catch a Killer is a bit better. I had a couple more matchups that we can do. I'll go with Woodland over El Conde. Banel and Adama to Breaking Ice. Breaking Ice. It's better between the two. Origin clearly best, the creator. And I'll go with To Catch a Killer over the Royal Hotel. A really solid like crime movie. Alright, let's do this. Top 8. No, we aren't in the top 8 yet. I thought it was gonna... Okay. Top 16. Ferrari against Reality. Yeah. I like Ferrari more. I like the broom broom. I can't help it. Now that matchups start to become a bit more tough, which I can only imagine is gonna get harder as we move into the actual like bigger titles. I do like Fair Play. A tap. I mean, they're also separated by letterbox ratings by just like one. They have basically the same rating. Shortcomings against Evil Dead Rise. I think Shortcomings is ultimately the more interesting film there. I do like Somewhere in Queens better than Fingernails. Wait, I can't... Oh my god, I can't scroll down any further. This is all we got. Isn't this incredible, man? Coming from this, man. All of this. Just... Oh, Sweet 16. Isn't this lovely? Yeah, Down Low over Joyride. I do think Joyride is even funnier than Down Low, although Down Low is definitely not to be underrated. I like Maestro a bit more than Alice Darling. Breaking Ice over Woodland. And Origin over To Catch a Killer. Alright. Another round, another go. Fair Play over Ferrari. Easily. Somewhere in Queens over Shortcomings. Maestro over Joyride. They're basically the same for me as far as ratings go. And then I think I like Origin more than the Breaking Ice. Alright, then for the top 8. Or the semifinals, I guess, here already. Oh, we can't go any smaller. Fair Play Somewhere in Queens. I did like Fair Play a bit less on the rewatch. I haven't rewatched Somewhere in Queens. I think I'm still going to go with Fair Play. And then Origin is the better movie between it and Maestro. A really, really well-made movie. And I think out of the whole bracket, Origin is actually the best one. So that's the final tally. Now, I do have to put them all according to like their respective rating that they gotten here into the other bracket. So that's gonna take a bit. Which I don't know what to do with you entertainment wise. I'll just like give you this bracket again, or I can also give you you know what is better than listening to 15 hours of 15 relaxing Mario Jazz medleys? Keys dangling. Here you go. Here you go. Entertainment. A bit loud though. There you go. It's keys. I can't do my work, man. I'm getting distracted. The keys are distracting me. Alright, I'll do this as fast as I can, but it will take a while. But I'm glad you were in good hands over here. Alright? Okay. Also, do have to run to the toilet real quick, so you'll get even more value out of the keys here. I'll even turn my cam off so you get the full experience of the keys. Oh my god, don't you love the keys? Aren't they great? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm underneath the keys. I want to grab them. Ow. Anyone who comes into the stream is just going to be incredibly confused as to what is going on. But yeah, I only have like 100 more movies to copy and go. Then we're ready for the final bracket. That guy's breathing is making me a bit uncomfortable, though.
Hey guys, the Credit Cuber here, and this is a tutorial on how to solve the 3x3 Rubik's Cube with
Oh my god, this
beginner's
is exciting.
method. So, anybody who does not
Guys,
know
let's
how to
learn
solve
it.
the Rubik's Cube, this is a video for you. Alright, so
This is us.
before we get into things, I want to tell you a few things about the Rubik's Cube that's going to help you while solving it.
Alright.
The Rubik's Cube has 6 sides. These 6 sides are all different colors. Each side has a centerpiece, just one centerpiece. The centerpieces have one color on them and are stationary. They never move anywhere else on the cube, so they spin around and around only.
Gotcha.
Second piece is an edge piece. These have 2 colors on them.
Edge piece.
Alright? And they can move wherever. And the third piece is a corner piece. These have 3 colors on them, and they can also move wherever. Alright, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to mix this cube up real quickly, and we are going to get right off and teaching you guys how to solve the Rubik's Cube. That seems good. All right, so I'm gonna try to go through this pretty briefly, guys, but I'm gonna go in depth at the same time, just to make sure I
how's it gonna do that?
keep time the way I need it. All right, so first thing we're gonna do
keep time
is you're gonna choose a side to start with. You can start with the white color, green, or the orange color. I always start with white, just my personal preference. You can choose whatever color you like best.
Kind of racist, dude, man.
What we want to do first is solve the white cross. So, the white cross is what we're going to solve first. And as you see, I already have one white edge piece connected. The edge pieces are going to make the crosses. So, this is a white and blue edge piece. This white-blue edge piece is already connected to my centerpiece, which is what I want. But, as I see, the blue face is not connected to the blue centerpiece. That's what I need to do, though. So, I'm going to turn this top layer around till I connect these two together. So, once I get the cross down, I'm going to solve the corners and solve my first layer, then solve my second layer, then I'm going to solve my third layer. So, here it is. Take my top layer till I meet the blue with the blue center.
Love that you guys
can go.
I just now realized that you can see that I'm like constantly see that like I copied something to my clipboard.
I need to have it.
I just realized that.
Another edge piece.
But I guess I'm copying over the films.
First off, you want to look at the bottom unless you already have one on the top. So if I look at the bottom for any white pieces, I see I have no white on the bottom. So go up here and look for one. I see I have a green piece right here. So what you want to do is you want to get the white face on the bottom. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to turn this front piece to get this green one on this side, and then pull down on this face. That makes my white face go onto the bottom. Alright, but let's say I wanted to turn it onto this side and pull it down. Only problem with this is it's messing up my connected edge piece right here.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want that.
That will create problems because it's
lots of problems.
Be misplaced.
Yep.
So right now it's smart to go on this side. So if I pull that down, I now have it on the bottom.
By the way, I've never solved the Rubik's Cube.
Colors already connected
so this is actually kind of useful.
And that
maybe not paying attention enough, but
to here with one simple move. That places another edge piece that I need to do. Alright, let's find another edge piece. Look at the bottom. I see I have a orange and white edge piece. Alright, I see the oranges are already connected, so I can just turn this up really easily and connect it. Alright, look for another one. Here's one. There's none on the bottom, I see. It's white and red. This one looks different though. This one is on this face facing towards us.
It is,
so what I do here is I also need to get the white face on the bottom. So I need to turn this up to either side, doesn't matter. I'm going to go left. And then I need to pull this down to get it there. Uh-oh though. This is messing up my cross that I've made already.
Oh, damn.
So I need to move this out of the way, either direction. I'm going to do that. And so I can put this back. So that did not get pulled back up with it, and I fixed that. So I look at my bottom. I see my shape right here, my edge piece right here is right here. White's on the bottom. The secondary color is red. It's already connected to the red center. I can simply pull it up just like that, and I have another one connected.
Okay.
Alright guys, so my last edge piece is right here, but I want to show you guys all the different situations that you guys can have with this. So I'm going to move it around. Alright, so now my edge piece is over here. So I see this is a orange-white piece, and I need to get the white to the bottom, just like always. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this side down.
Turn it down, guys.
Bottom, but I have messed up my cross I've already made. So I do the exact same thing I did before and move it out of the way. So then I can put that back. My white piece
Oh, we're
should
so
be
close.
on the bottom. I now look at the color. It's also orange. I need to match it to the orange center.
Mm-hmm.
The orange center is matched. And now I have one move to move this all the way out to here. There we go. That creates my cross and finishes it. Cross is pretty much mostly intuitive, and with little practice, you'll get it easily. Alright, now to move on to putting the corners in their spots.
Yes. First the
What I'm
middle,
looking
then the
for
corner.
here is a white corner on the bottom layer, facing on the side though, not on the bottom like the edges.
Okay.
So as I look, I see I have one right here. So with this one being here, I can see that it can either be here or here, the white face can. I see it's on this side. So what I want to do though, is I want to look at my secondary color on the side is orange. This bottom color doesn't matter. So it's orange. I need to match it diagonally to the center.
Mm-hmm.
Orange.
Yes.
So this does not match, red does not match to orange. So I'll turn it. Blue does not match the orange. There we go. Orange center matched to orange corner. I want you now to turn the whole cube so the white corner piece is facing towards you. So now you need to do this quick little move to put it in there. You can't just turn it up like that because that ruins your edge. So what you need to do
You don't want to ruin the edge.
is this. Move the corner away from your secondary color side, which is orange. Pull that side down, move it back towards it, and pull it up. That has placed our corner, and now we can put another corner in. I see I have another one right there.
Another one.
It's white and red. I need to match reds up.
Yeah.
I turn it till it matches. Red matches the red. So now I turn the whole cube towards us so the white's facing us. Move it away from the red. Pull that side down. Move it back and pull it up. Let's find another one. Alright, I'm going to do a different one. So I'm going to do this one. The white face is on the bottom, okay? We don't want that. We want to have it on the sides. So what we need to do is we need to place this under an unsolved corner.
Under an
So we can
unsolved
move it
corner.
and
Okay.
make it on the sides.
Yes.
So we're going to turn either side where it will move it. And so let's see this. It's right here. So I can move this side down. That
Yes.
makes this on the side. But I have messed up my edge piece. So I have to move it out of the way
I'm invested in this now.
so I can put that back.
You can
So
definitely
now-
solve it. I am done.
I have
But we're going to finish. Oh, no.
piece
Oh, actually, this is way longer than I expected it to be. I thought it was
Since
10
I
minutes
have it
long.
there, I can place it, and I see my secondary colors already matched with the center, orange to orange. I take it, I move it away from its secondary color, which is here. Pull that side down,
Is he going to get it?
and one in the back. You're going to do this algorithm right here. So
Yeah.
right up, top twice, right down, top back, right up, top back, right down, and top back. This connects all of your edges in the right spot. Again, if you had them across from each other, you'd have done it twice. The first time, it would have gave you the two next to each other, and I showed you how to hold that, just like this, where they're right here, and do that again. Alright, so next step now is to place the corners in the right spot. Not solve them, but place them. So, take this one for example. This one is a yellow, orange, green. It doesn't look solved, obviously, because it doesn't match all around, but it's in the right spot because it's between the yellow, orange, green sides. So this one is in the right spot. We want that. You're either going to have one in the right spot or all of them. As far as I can see, this one's not, so I just assume that these are not. So I have one right here.
Okay.
If you have one, you hold it in the bottom right-hand corner. If you have none,
Bottom.
you can hold it wherever
Everyone
you
hold
want
your
to.
Rubik's Cube
Okay?
in the bottom
So
bottom corner.
your one goes in the bottom right-hand corner.
You're right.
And you're going to do this algorithm. Left up,
Left up,
top,
up,
right,
right, wrong,
top back,
top. Yeah.
left down,
Left,
top
Yeah.
Right down.
Right down.
Top back.
You better write that down.
Will now
oh my God, we're so close.
All of your corners in the right spot.
Yes.
And some of them may be solved, or none of them may be. All right, so
I guess we'll
you
never
may
know.
do that twice, based off where your corners are at. So
where your corners
the
at?
next step now is seeing how many are solved. I have 2 solved right here and here. You may have 1 solved, or you may have all of them solved if you're really lucky. So I have 2 solved.
Who's lucky,
so
guys?
I hold those on
Who's got all of them
left.
solved?
All right, so just like this. 2 solved right here, 2 unsolved right here. If you had 1 solved, you're either going to hold it here or here. Okay, so if I had 1 up here or down here, so like based off how I turn it. So let's say I have 1 here. You're going to look at the yellow face over here.
I'm sorry.
If there's a yellow face here, then you hold right there. All right?
Got it.
Let's say you turn the cube like that. So this is the only solved one again.
Okay.
If you have a yellow face here, you hold it like this.
Man, we're so close. We're so close.
Right here for any of these situations I just said. So you're going to go right up, twice on top, right down, back on top, right up, top back, and right down. Left up, twice on top.
Twice on top.
Left down.
Yes.
Once on top.
Okay.
Left up, top, and left down. What this did is twisted my corners around on this side and kept these. And so now let's do this one more time because I have the headlights here, which the first time my yellow was here and here, so I had to do it twice. Since now that it's twisted here, I only have to do it one more time, I know. So let's say you did only have 1 solved, and once you do that algorithm, it is going to bring you to 2 solved, and then you can do exactly what I'm doing right here. The exact same way. 2 solved on that side, do that thing again. Right up, twice on top, right down, 1 back, right up, top back, and right down. Left up, twice on top, left down, top, then left up, top, and left down. And that should solve your Rubik's Cube, guys. And you now should be done with the whole entire layer and the whole cube. And I hope this tutorial helps you solve the Rubik's Cube. And if you want to leave a comment or ask questions, just leave a comment in the box. And if you like this video and I think it helped you, then put a like up, thumbs up, or subscribe if you want more. And I hope this beginner's method tutorial really helps you learn how to solve the Rubik's Cube. And just keep practicing, guys, and you'll get better and better. And this is Credit Cuber, and hopefully this helps you solve the 3x3.
Sweet. Thank you. All right. Let's get this thing started. Let me grab all of the stuff that I need to actually man, long time coming over here. All right, let's do it. So we just spent about like 2.5 hours doing the preliminary tourney for actual movie bracket of the year, where we are trying to decide what the best movie is, going by the Letterboxd average rating. Not my personal rating, but where the movies rank with Letterboxd. In order to do that, we had to have a round of almost 250 movies to decide which ones would even make it, because there was a limit of 256 movies, and I have seen almost 400 this year, which wouldn't fit into one normal bracket. So, without further ado, let's start off this bracket. We're gonna go through them pretty quickly. So if you're... Oh, no, my internet's buffering. So if you're interested in any movie specifically, piques your interest, make sure you take a look at the number that's in front of it. This number over here indicates its rating, its rank on this Letterboxd list of mine. I'll make this one actually public, so anyone who's interested can grab it over here in where do I have it? In chat. So you can just can I pop it back in here? I don't see it right now. Damn it. But I'll put it into the description of the video. So if you want to watch list any of them, feel free to tag along. Again, not my rating, so this is not Poor Things, maybe also not Across the Spider-Verse will ultimately win this whole tournament. But now that we've decided all of the films that are going to be in it, we can get into it. All right. Okay. So, I'll actually give you a view of the thing now. Here you'll see all of the films. I just realized that I didn't show you guys. I thought I was on a different screen. That's stupid. Let me redo that. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Like a little secret between us. Alright, so I can do it better as well. Alright. No wait, this is the wrong one. I'll go with this one. So we just spent 2 hours deciding. Wait, sorry, that's also bad. Oh no! Now I got the heebie-jeebies. All right, we just spent a couple of hours trying to decide which movies are worthy to be considered the best of the year, to be put into a bracket of 256 movies. I've seen about 400 this year, so we had to run a preliminary bracket just to decide which other movies are going to be contestants here. That's why the numbers are a bit all over the place. Link below if you're interested. You'll find oh, sorry, wrong here. You'll find this letterbox list, which ranks all of the movies that were initially at one point in this bracket. So you can kind of go by the number and look for it. If you're interested, then yeah, put it on your watch list. But without further ado, let's get into the bracket of 256 movies. Trying to get this done before the end of the year. It's currently 11 p.m. So I got about an hour to get this done. My God. Okay, let's get into it. Let's zoom in so you guys can actually see a bit better. Here we go. Alright. So our first matchup, two animated films. Wasn't fond of Elemental. I think Spider-Verse is clearly the better between the two. Here we go. Between Two Rains. Let me actually turn it down a bit here. There we go. Between Two Rains is a documentary about like an African like tribal town. I think I really like Flora and Son. It's a pity that I think, you know, one of the songs did get shortlisted, but yeah, it's a great movie that I think not a ton of people have seen. Holly against Farewell Savage. I think Farewell Savage, yeah, another festival movie. Not a lot of people have seen it. I feel like that's why it's overrated. Holly was a bit overhated, in my opinion. I like that quite a bit. Another festival movie from Belgium. This Place Rules, the documentary from the guy who later got canceled. Channel 5 guy. Documentary itself was pretty interesting, though. I'll take that over it. But I saw a film that won like a prize in Venice. I don't remember. It was pretty good. Susume Over a Whole Life. Again, German film over... loses out to animation. Although was kind of cheesy. The creator was great though when it comes to like using a budget fairly to tell a sci-fi story. I mean, I liked it quite a bit. Green Border over Butcher's Crossing. I can recommend that one. We'll talk about it a bit more, I guess, later on. Royal Hotel against Artifice Girl. Again, another overlooked film out on streaming. Royal Hotel is pretty good though as well. Guardians of the Galaxy, yes. I'm surprised that it's like 16 overall. But the featherweight, not a festival film, not out yet. So, yeah, it's decent, but wouldn't beat Guardians. Put that back at the start here. All right. Sanctuary against Woodland. I did like Woodland. It kind of made its way through without me ever like properly talking about what it is. But it's another festival film that we don't know yet when it will like come out and have a release. I don't think it has one just yet, but it's basically just like wood. I liked it. It was decent. Drawing inspiration from a Valdez Silicon novel, and it's a pretty good adaptation of that novel. But Sanctuary was so deliciously surprising. And Margaret Qualley and not Kit Harington. Fuck, I'm messing him up with someone else. But a really, really pleasant surprise. Let me actually grab it real quick. Sanctuary over here. Here we go, with Christopher Abbott, and he was also in Poor Things this year, and that's, I think, pretty much it. But yeah, can recommend that one. Nature Love Against Tropic. I have an interview up on the Quiet on Set channel with the director. Really liked her work, and yeah, can recommend it. Movie that I think is already out on streaming. Premiered at Cannes. That's where I saw it first. Another 2 films that played in Cannes. The Settlers was the Firebrand. This one is the submission to the Oscars. The other one hasn't a release date until like at some point in March or April, I think. Settlers, pretty solid story. I think Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of historic stuff that went over my head, but really well made. Nimona, great animated, overlooked animated movie that hey, shouldn't be too surprised if it makes it into the Oscar race. Mother of All Lies, another gun film that I found quite boring. Lachlan, my co-host of the Quiet and Set podcast and partner in life, only when it comes to going to film festivals, fell asleep during this one, and we weren't sitting next to each other, but he woke up next to the actual like president of the Gun Film Festival, which was a pretty funny story and more entertaining than the movie was. I think it's not a submission for its country. I don't know if it got in over some other stuff. I remember about Drag Races didn't get in, but we'll get to that later on. But To Catch a Killer, pretty solid crime thriller cop movie. Dumb Money, Goodbye Julia. I think Goodbye Julia, another French film from, I don't know if it was French, but film in Cannes. Didn't really like it. Dumb Money, which is kind of a tad bit better. Normal Love Against A Storm Foretold. I do like A Storm Foretold a bit more. It's like about Roger, what's his name? Let me grab it real quick. 81. Yeah, it's about Roger Stone, who is basically a really influential political figure, like more behind the scenes, also in the lead up of like January 6th. So between this and This Plays Rules, this is definitely like the better movie about that ultimately, because it kind of ends up there. But it's like this director getting in real close with Roger Stone, and there's a lot of comedy that comes from like how blatantly he's just an asshole, like Roger Stone is. Yeah, it's entertaining. Yeah, I liked it quite a bit. Maybe I wouldn't maybe like now that it's a 4.5, I think I would go down to a 4, I think, if I'm honest. But really solid film overall. Anatomy of a Fall, the Palme d'Or winner, deservedly so, is number 8 when it comes to the ranking from Letterboxd. But Dead Girls Dancing, just a festival film that you're pretty much gonna forget about, and it's not the worst thing. You're not missing out on anything. Shortcomings against Occupied City. I think I'm gonna go with Shortcomings, although the 4.5 hour long doc from Steve McQueen is worth your time, but maybe not all in one sitting. I think it's a really interesting story that kind of ties the history of Amsterdam back to the Nazis, but then also to the present time, how like that part of history hasn't been forgotten, but it's been maybe overbuilt, rebuilt, like all of that stuff. That whole process is tackled really artfully, but as a documentary feature, it does get a bit stale after a bit, after like, you know, 3 hours in. But yeah. Priscilla Against Empty Nets, again another festival film that I don't think really, like, I don't know, it doesn't deserve a huge shout out. I think Priscilla is definitely the more interesting movie there. Dream Scenario Against Alma and Oscar. Did an interview with the director and lead in this. I think it's a solid film. I did like Dream Scenario quite a bit though. Another really great performance from I'm always blanking on his name. I don't know why I'm always blanking on his name. But yeah, the guy. You know him. The guy behind The Cage. The Cage. It can't be caged. And Christopher Bergoli, also Sick of Myself, really interesting film that I think also kind of came out in 2023 for a lot of people. Nick Cage, yeah, thank you. I don't know. It's a common thing that I kind of blank on his name. Although it's like so obvious to me. It's a weird thing. I don't know. Someone has to analyze that phenomena. Anyways, yeah. The Burial is a solid film with Jamie Foxx. About Dry Grasses, if you got the time and the patience, I think it is one of the best films of the year. I'd put it like right up next to some of my favorites out of Gunn, and Gunn probably did have like its best selection since like 2019, where it had like Parasite and Portrait of a Lady on Fire in the same year. I think this year also rivals like how good it was this year. But yeah, Missing against Last Summer, the follow-up to Searching. I think it was alright. The story wasn't as intriguing as Searching was the second time around. Last Summer, this is one of the festival films that I would actually give like a recommendation and a shout out to. Once it does release, it's worth having it on your radar. It's a controversial filmmaker. I should go off this list. Oops, shows a lot of skin on that page. But like I said before earlier in the stream, would be a nice double feature with maybe May December. It's about like this older woman who's older woman. She's just not 30, but she's married and has a kid. But is hooking up with this kid, and he's 17, and it's it's obviously like it's very French in the way it depicts it. But it's ultimately like obviously a big deal. I found it really interesting in like how it looks at that stuff. Yeah, one that I can recommend. How to Get Your Parents to Divorce is like a kids film. I don't know how it made it up this far. Sheer luck. But the Teachers Lounge, German submission to the Oscars, deservedly so, pretty good. Anselm, Wim Wenders' second film of the year, this time around documentary, which is interesting if you look at Perfect Days, which was supposed to be a documentary about the toilets in Japan and turned out to be, I mean, one of, if not the best movies of the year. Against Adagio, a action crime movie that I unfortunately kind of fell asleep to. My mistake. I was just really tired, and it was like the 17th movie at the Venice Film Festival. I was just a bit tired. I think if I gave this another try, I would like it, but I did like Anselm quite a bit. I think it's not as much like a study on him as a person as it is just kind of showcasing his art. I think the 3D gimmick that they did with the release of this actually kind of worked in parts. I like seeing it in 3D. So yeah, pretty decent. Knock at the Cabin, early in the year. I quite liked it, which is rare. Actually made me go down a rabbit hole and watch every single one of his films of M. Night Shyamalan. I can't say that I love most of his films, but this ended up being in my like top 3 or 4. I quite liked it in his whole filmography. Similar place where Killers of the Flower Moon would end up. Maybe a bit lower, because there's also more and there's better stuff. But Killers of the Flower Moon is certainly a juggernaut of a film. Really worth depicting. Sorry, not depicting, dissecting and getting a closer look at. There's a lot to chew on, and also another common theme of, you know, we got About Dry Grasses, we got Occupied City, Killers of the Flower Moon, all really long movies, which by the way all played in Cannes. We had like crazy experience in Cannes, which I'm hoping to do again next year or in an hour in this year. But yeah, hopefully not as many really like almost 4-hour long movies as we had this year. All right, 25 matchups down, only I think 121 more to go or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot more in here, but we do it one at a time. All right. Next up, Out of Season against Ferrari. This is another interesting matchup because it's yet another case where the film itself, one of them hasn't come out yet. I think Out of Season was a really pleasant surprise towards the end of the Venice Film Festival. Really charming performance about an actor who comes to a town where the person he was when he was younger, he was involved in when he was less famous. Really funny film overall. I think it's great. I don't think it has a release yet. Yeah, until like at some point later in 2024 in Germany and France. I don't know about international, but it's worth putting on your watch list. I do like Ferrari a bit more. It's a bit more relevant for this year, so I'll put it along. I really didn't like Youth Spring. I should have waited to talk about like long movies, because this one is also, I think, like 4 hours, maybe even more. And I did like Landscape with Invisible Hand quite a bit. Youth Spring, I hate it. Saltburn against Sisu. I'm not a big fan of either of them. I know Saltburn has been getting a lot of hate, but at least I like the visuals in it. In Sisu, it's a very simple story, and the action is good, but it doesn't give me much. I like the swings that they take in Saltburn a bit more than in Sisu, so I'll put that over it. Clearly bottoms over Forever. This is a Ukrainian film again, festival, so I don't know if it's even out anywhere yet. Rustin against Hollywood Gate. This is a documentary that's worth shouting out because it has an internal look into like the Taliban after the US pulled out of Afghanistan. It's a guy just in there kind of filming them and trying to get as much as he can. And you can obviously see where he's like censored, where he doesn't get to shoot. And I think it's a really funny movie unintentionally, or sometimes intentionally as well. But it's just by the nature of the limitations that he gets, what he gets to shoot and what he gets to tell, it didn't really grab me that much. So I think it deserves maybe like a half a star more. But yeah, it's not beating Rustin. But we'll get to talking about that a bit more in a sec. Blackening against Mission Impossible 27. I like Mission Impossible quite a bit. I think it was pretty solid. Blackening was funny, but not better than this action juggernaut helmed by at the helm of Tom Cruise. Q, Skinamarink, two movies that are probably not on a lot of people's radar. Skinamarink, the little indie hit that made waves for just how, I don't know, I think it was TikTok that kind of popularized it in a way as well. And Q is this another festival film that I guess premiered, does this tell you right, maybe? I don't know if we will get anywhere outside of this, but it's an interesting story, like unspoken ties of consequence of loyalty that have bonded her grandmother and herself to a mysterious organization. I think it's a pretty interesting story that we usually don't really get in a cinematic form, and it's a well-made documentary. I like it a bit more than Skinamarink. Past Lives, Ingmar Bachmann. Oh my god, do we even have to talk about it? I think this movie wasn't good. Summer in Queens against Wonka. This is the first semi-tough matchup, because I think Wonka was really charming. I loved Somewhere in Queens though, so this is a bit of an upset, but yeah, Somewhere in Queens, really solid. Go check it out if you haven't already. The Goldman Case against Let Me Go. One of them is a Swiss film that was surprised me that it was better than I expected, because I had no expectations going in. The Goldman Case, solid court drama that is in a year of Anatomy of a Fall. Definitely not like the most interesting court drama, but it's a loud one. It's definitely louder than Anatomy of a Fall, that's all I'll say. K. Mutant and Kurt Marshall, the last film of William Friedkin, also Lance Reddick is in it. Got a really stellar performance from Kiefer Sutherland. Worth checking out. I think it's streaming on like Paramount Plus or somewhere, but it definitely would have deserved a cinematic release. And yeah, you can go see it right now. The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. How is that that is crazy that that's like at place 29. I guess I also considered it a like. I have the Almodovar Stranger of Life also should be somewhere in here. Those are the only short films that I considered for this. I think The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. I guess it's better than Gran Turismo, but actually like not by a big margin. I didn't really love any of the short films apart from actually. No, I can't reopen it. No, I can. I'll just leave it. Gran Turismo was decent. We got better movies about video games this year. This is not the best Wes Anderson we got this year, though. Golden Thread was You Have My Feelings, another festival film versus Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Why did I say it's so French? Julia Louis-Dreyfus, is that her name? Maybe it is. Let me actually open it up because this film, I don't hear a lot of people talking about it, but it is out on streaming, and it's really solid about like a novelist's long-standing marriage suddenly upended when she overhears her husband giving his honest reaction to her latest work, and from there on it's a really fun I guess she is French, so it does make sense to say it in a French way, but from there on it goes into this relationship and just kind of shows them going through, like, not really fighting maybe, but going through the struggles of being together so long, but then how do we stay honest with each other and stuff like that. I think it's a really clever film, one of the overlooked films. I mean, I guess it has 50K locked, so a lot of people did end up seeing it, but still feel like not a lot of people have it in like the top 10 by the end of the year. Oh, she's Oppenheimer's granddaughter. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Are You There, God? Margaret was his baby Ruby. Baby Ruby. I don't know if it's worth talking about it more, but Are You There, God? Margaret. Yeah, a movie that popped out of nowhere on a lot of people's, or a lot of critics' lists at least. So you would check it out if you haven't. It's a solid film. Dungeons and Dragons definitely didn't do well at the box office, but I think it was good. Sly, I mean, if you're interested in Sylvester Stallone, I don't think you get a ton out of the documentary, but you do get a bit of a peek behind the curtain, but not enough to, like, say it's a work. Like the Michael J. Fox documentary, which I don't know if I forgot to put that on there. I haven't seen it yet, but that one's way better than Sly. All right, Joyland. Yes, definitely the better between this other novel adaptation. It's a fun one, but Joyland, really good movie. The Killer versus Fingernails. This is tough for me, man. This is tough. I know a lot of people don't like Fingernails. Just as a general thing, but then also the movie. But The Killer, I do like The Killer. I like a lot about The Killer. But to me, they're kind of similar-ish. But I think I'll go with David Fincher here. The Fingernails isn't as bad as some people make it out to be. Sick of Myself, again, the second Christopher Bergoli film in here. Definitely go give it a try. Driven One's a Swiss documentary. It's alright. Air versus A Little Prayer. Weirdly enough, I think Air is... I'm not a big fan of Air. But A Little Prayer is like... It's alright. Another really little festival film. Family drama. About infidelity and stuff like that. It's alright. Close Your Eyes versus Peter Pan. And Wendy, the... what's the director's name who made The Green Knight? Dan Lowry, I think. He made this one. It's alright. Close Your Eyes is definitely better. I'm a bit surprised it's like at number 20. It's another one like that's a long film that's taking into account like a lot of the actual like directors. I think live is partly, and I mean it's very well made. It's just like a big long story. Didn't really grab my attention the whole way through, but it's decent. Another Norwegian film from, I guess, Sick of Myself, Hypnosis. Up against Scream 6. The Hypnosis, I think the hypnosis was really fun. Which, let me pull it up here. And some people might be familiar with Herbert Nundrum. He was in the Royal Hotel, but he was also in The Worst Person of the World. Really great. I loved The Worst Person in the World. I think it was my favorite film of 2021. And I had a chance to talk to the director here. An interview should come out closer to when the film actually does get a theatrical release as well. And I think I can talk about the film a bit more then. I think the film is good, but I like Scream about the same. I think Hypnosis is better though. I'll kick out Scream just for the recent stuff that they've been doing. Fuck the producers there, my god. Theater Camp, I love Theater Camp. Today I listened to the final song, and it like almost moved me to tears. It was so charming, that like actual dedication and the love that you can feel for these people who just yearn to be on stage and perform, and it's nice. Passages is brilliant. Anea is just a bit of a mess. Holdovers, yes, definitely better than Cocaine Bear. Bottleman against Maestro, another Festival movie. Maestro definitely is better. Hunger Games versus Sympathy for the Devil. Really messy. Hey, this time I'm not forgetting his name. Nick Cage performance. Versus the Hunger Games. I didn't really like the Hunger Games. I thought it wasn't good. I'm surprised that the ratings are this high. I kind of want to see what I gave it, just to remember what my rating was for it, because I gave it a 4 out of 10. And then for Sympathy for the Devil, I wasn't like in love with it. But my rating was better. It was a 5 out of 10. So I'm kicking it out. I thought it was like both a 4. So yeah, bye Hunger Games. The Rapture versus Eileen. I did like The Rapture. Also got to talk to the director here, Iris Kaltenbach. Well, we can talk about it a bit more in the next round. Although I can already tell you that this is going to happen here. So let's do it right now, actually. I think this movie is really solid. It's not streaming yet, but it's about like Lydia, midwife, who's very invested in her work. After a breakup, she just wants a family. She just wants to have someone, and then she meets this guy, Milos, and it's basically Milos is basically told from his perspective after the fact. It's I think loosely also based on a real person, if I'm not mistaken. He was also in the Lach Lee movies, Lach Lee movie, Les Miserables, and he was also in Baltimore, so he was in both. Here, a bit more of a prominent role, and he was also in Athena. Great actor, and yeah, really solid in them. Femme, Day of the Fight, I'll talk a bit more about Femme, but it's another, yeah, really, actually, I can grab it right here. I think George McKay is going to be a great performer in the next couple of years. You'll see him get a bunch of great roles that he can do here. He's just completely different person from what you expect him to be. And Nathan Stewart Jared is also incredible. Just a really good story. Jules, a drag artist in London who withdraws into himself and loses his career after a horrific attack. Months later, he recognizes one of his assailants in a gay sauna and quickly realizes that he has the perfect opportunity to get revenge. And it just ends up being like a character study for the two, but also kind of a revenge movie. And then it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. Property against You Are So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah. What was Property again? I think this was this. Oh yeah. So it's like rich guys who come back to their land, and the people who like are supposed to look over it are like mad. I don't know. I thought this one was a mess. You Are So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah was such a pleasant delight. Again, Adam Sandler kind of landed the dad roles this year with Leo, and this one And yeah, he did well. Cast his daughters in both of the movies. Seemed to have a good time all year. I mean, you can't hate it. And yeah, got a good kids movie in the process. Robot Dreams against White Plastic Sky, 2 animated films that probably no one has heard of. Robot Dreams, I think, is the better between the two. It's so incredibly charming, and you'll be humming September for the next couple of weeks after you've seen it. High and Low, John Gallio, I got to talk to the director here as well, which a lot of people might know him for his feature work. Kevin MacDonald, he did like the Last King of Scotland, the Mauritanian. And yeah, I also worked with a crossover George McKay for a movie. And yeah, this one, I mean, he does like documentaries from time to time. And this is definitely an interesting look at like a fashion designer who was at the top of his world, and then he had like hurling anti-Semitic and racist insults, a bystander in Paris Café La Belle, and then got cancelled. And it's basically a couple of years further down the road, looking where he's at and what that's done to him, and then also where the victims are at. And I think it's an interesting done documentary that like warrants its own existence. There's a reason for it existing, and it's ultimately like a benefit. It's not just like, hey, he's a cancel person, let's give him a platform. I think it turned out really good. I do love the comedy in No Hard Feelings though. It's I think as far as comedies go, I wouldn't say I love it, but I do want to like it more than I actually did, because I feel like comedies this year had a hard, like they've just been kind of pushed to streaming services and no one really cares about them. Like I gave just like a 6 out of 10. And I don't want to move it up. It definitely isn't more than that. But yeah, I guess I'll have to go with High and Low. Can't decide. Yeah. The Iron Claw movie that's about to come out, and it's gonna knock some people's socks off, and maybe even your foot, because it's gonna punch you so hard. Along Came Love, pretty messy movie. We'll talk a bit more about Iron Claw in the next round. Shadow of Fire, that's Hokage. That's the movie that premiered at Venice. No one is gonna see it for a while. I think it has a devastating ending. Evil Dead Rise equally has like some devastating moments, some funny moments as well, with an eyeball, for example. But yeah, Shadow of Fire, Hokage. Put it on your watch list for whenever it will hit like a streaming service at one point. On the Pulse, A Fire, Roter Himmel, German movie. Really good. It's just like about a guy who's kind of a bit unbearable. Who just is like supposed to finish work, his thesis, and he's in a perpetually like bad mood. And he meets this woman, Paula Bear. And I don't know, maybe he gets less grumpy, maybe it gets more grumpy. And there's like forest fires around them, and it's just, this movie's a whole mood, and it's a great film. It's a great film. Love at First Sight, Polite Society. I didn't really like Polite Society. I know it's had pretty semi-popular run, and it's been popping up on some lists. But I didn't really like it. So Love at First Sight, although it is a rom-com, the rare rom-com upset. Radical versus Farvara. This is a story about a teacher. It's pretty inspiring. It's also kind of heartbreaking. It's also based on real events. Just well done. They can be really cliched, but they can also be very good. This one turned out to be pretty good. Yeah, 27 Stories, documentary about a Viennese place with 27 stories. I don't know what it's called, like blanking on the residence area. And the filmmaker is someone who used to live there when she was a kid, and she goes back, and it's a bit random. I think Napoleon and for the battle seasons alone deserves to be like over a lot of these filmmaking accomplishments, regardless of the narrative, what maybe people didn't connect with and didn't like. I think for the filmmaking alone, it deserves to be, recognized at least above this semi-okay documentary. 2 animated movies, man, just taking each other out. I think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is definitely better Mutant Mayhem than Dawn of Nugget. Cobweb versus A Good Person. Now we have to clarify here. There's 2 movies called Cobweb in 2023. Similar to there being a bunch of Pinocchio movies in 2022. There were a couple Cobweb movies in 2023. This one is by Ki Jae-woon, who made I Saw the Devils, Tales of Two Stories, A Bittersweet Lie. Great films. And this one is like... this one really surprised me as well. I went in with really high expectations. Was a bit let down because I didn't really know where it was going. And just the story kind of builds in a nice way. I don't think it has a release date out of festivals. It does have it in some places, but I don't see it in the English-speaking market. More of like, I guess, in Asia. But keep it on your radar. Maybe definitely on a watch list somewhere. But yeah. Poor Things, second highest here overall versus Normal. Another really small little straight to VOD release. Poor Things, one of the movies of the year. Las Toreras is a Swiss documentary again, not really that interesting compared to Origin. This is, oh my god, this is a cursed matchup. This should not happen in the second round, but we'll get to that in a minute. Wildcat wasn't that great. Ethan Hawke's movie, it's alright. Isn't great. They Clone Tyrone, definitely the better one. Also not one that film that has been watched by a ton of people, but I think it's worth your time. This is not a tough matchup. 2 movies. No, I guess only one of them. Both festival films. How to Have Sex, the better one between the 2. Taste of Things, the French submission to the Oscars over Fioretta. Kidnapped, Banana and Adama. I didn't like Kidnapped at all. It's an Italian movie. I think this one is from Senegal. Let me actually check it this time because I think I didn't last time. This one has some incredible visuals. It's really well done. Yeah, Mali, Senegal. It's great. I think it's great. Should probably put my rating up a bit. It's pretty good. Fallen Leaves and The Commander. Yeah, this was... Comandante was good, an Italian movie. It's kind of decent. Fallen Leaves, Aki Kaurismäki. I mean, it's so good. The Covenant versus Saw X. I did like Saw X more than The Covenant. Partners. Didn't really like Partners. Another festival film that we don't need to talk about. The Boy and the Heron. Yes. Moving on. Unamo or whatever, Spanish film. It was alright. Alice Darling, really overlooked film that, yeah, you should go check it out if you can. Ryuichi Sakamoto Opus is kind of interesting to have it match up against Paint, which is just kind of the Bob Ross thing with, I was about to say Richard Gere. Why? Owen Wilson. My god. And it's not very good. Richiyoko Sakamoto, he passed away before this film came out. I saw it in Venice in a really uncomfortable little theater where you could hear everyone move as soon as, like, it was, and a lot of people left because this movie is just him playing the piano of the scores that he made. But I just like closed my eyes and took in the music as he was playing it. As sometimes he like, when he made a mistake, he's just like, oh, let's reset, we'll do it again. I think this is such a gem, similar to some other films that I really appreciated this year. Like the quieter ones, like Past Lives, like Perfect Days, that don't have an antagonist at the center of it all. This is purely a documentary, a music documentary where he's just playing the music. If you appreciate his music, great composer, great performer, then go check it out. It's really good. And I'll take it over Paint any day of the week. I didn't like Wicked Little Letters at all. I think it was painfully unfunny with the talent that they had in front of the camera. I think it's a bit of a misstep. A Haunting in Venice is then, I think, the better movie here. So I'll go with that one. Barbie over Jesus Revolution. I don't even remember this movie at all. I don't know why I even watched it. This is an interesting matchup, though. I do like Beau is Afraid quite a bit, but I also love Stolen. I think it is a movie that... it's nice to see it at, like, 130 on my list when there's, like, 380 films almost on this list, or 370 films on this list. It's nice to see it that high with other people, but if you look at the actual number of people who've seen it, it's less than 500. 400 people, because it hasn't gotten a release date outside of another Indian festival. I don't know if India is for India it's not as popular to be on Letterboxd, I assume, but I hope this gets a release. I don't know if it hits as much because we went in like to fill out our schedule. We had this one on our schedule to just see a movie in between the next one. I got cat hair on my cap here. And it blew us away because it kind of does like some action bits that you don't expect, and it just kind of escalates in a really natural way, but it just gets more ridiculous and ridiculous. It's an intense film. I liked it quite a bit. I think it's definitely like the biggest hidden gem that I could give. But I'll move it. I can't move it over Beau is Afraid because I'm a huge Ari Aster fan. I also watched all of his stuff this year, all of his short films as well. And I think Beau is Afraid isn't great. But Joaquin Phoenix, great performance there. I love all of the production design, the ideas. It's captivating. Maybe not like a masterpiece, not as good as his other two films, Hereditary and Midsommar, but yeah. 1001 and Born to Fly, the Chinese copy of Top Gun Maverick, or answer to Top Gun Maverick, is not beating out 1001. Another hidden gem, but I think a lot of more people have seen it compared to like Stolen, which isn't even available. But I think 1001 you can go rent it right now. I think it's Tiana Taylor, if I'm not mistaken. She's really good in it. Let me pull it up right here. Yeah, Tiana Taylor. Great stuff. Go give it a try. Showing up against Only the River Flows. I think in the ideas department, Only the River Flows is more interesting. But Showing Up, Kelly Reichardt, this story about like a artist that's kind of stagnant, that's not as successful, and a pretty boring overall routine that she goes through, the petty jealousies that are around, stuff like that, makes it an interesting film. It wasn't like one of my favorites of the year, but I understand why it's so appreciated by like a lot of people and critics that work within the industry. But yeah, oh my god, no, I thought it was like midnight right now for me, but I got another 20 minutes. I don't know if I'll actually be able to nail it until then. Oh my god, the two lizards, the two lizards are up against each other. Godzilla -1 and Leo. I couldn't have asked for a better matchup. I do think that Godzilla is the better movie between the two, though. I'm not as raving about it as some other people are, but I think Leo is also pretty decent. They're not close, but yeah, Leo is also pretty good. I like Joyride more than Dormitory, another festival film. I don't think it's out yet. Universal Theory next door here. I think this one is better. I think this one is on streaming maybe in some places. Reptile, Paradise is Burning. This is a Swedish film about like a couple of sisters that have to take care of each other because the mom's, I think, dead or not around or anything. Something like that. Hitman, yes. Naiad, Bye. 2 Netflix films. This one is not on Netflix though yet. Won't come until later in the year, but the new Richard Linklater film. We Are Guardians versus Miguel Wants to Fight. I like We Are the Guardians quite a bit because it's a movie about like preservation of the forest when there's illegal forestry that's happening, and a politician that kind of emerges out of that. Scrapper versus Silent Story. Silent Story is an interesting one because it's basically there was abuse that happened in that person's it's a documentary in documentary filmmakers past, and he confronts the person who did the abusing to him years later, and they have like basically conversations to kind of heal through it, or maybe make sense of it, or maybe move past it, or whatever. It's interesting. It didn't work for me completely though. In parts, I think it felt me wanting a bit more of resolution. Maybe that wasn't even there. But yeah, I just wanted a bit more. And Scrapper shows the UK in such a colorful way. And it's Harris Dickinson, not George McKay. I sometimes mix those two up. As an absentee dad that comes back to take care of like his 11, 12-year-old girl that he after her mother passes away. Well done. Stylebender, didn't really like that one. Festival movie, I don't think that's out yet for anyone. The Siren, decent animated film about Afghanistan and the war there and people trying to escape on a boat. Speaking of war, 20 Days in Mariupol, really incredibly moving documentary about the occupation early in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And yeah, it was... This one was heavy. This one was a really heavy movie. Wouldn't be surprised if it definitely gets a nomination at the Oscars, and I would actually be really happy about that because maybe more people would go check it out. Little Mermaid, Disney remake. Yeah, it's alright. Remake of History of Violence. Which one is? Book of Solutions. Oh, 20 Days of Mariupol is free. That's actually great. Yeah. Then go check it out. Go check it out is maybe the wrong phrasing for that. But I mean, it's a really heavy movie, but I feel like it's an important film, because we've never been closer to. Oh wait, why did it move me into? I wanted. Hold up, music change time. Because I feel like we rarely are this close to war. And the actual effects it has, other than this is the amount of casualties. Here's maybe a photo of something tragic that happened, like a death. But if you follow the journalistic effort through that as well, then you can kind of see how that's also influenced that, like, the limited actual press that we get, and what we get to see is also like not the whole picture, not in the way that the press is wrong or anything, maybe I'm phrasing that wrong, but it's like even that part they try to obviously like get rid of the journalists, so Russia would have the whole like narrative over what comes out and they can then lie. I think that's really powerful. Like another thing that makes this such a must-watch documentary, and I thought it was harrowing to like sit through and endure, but it felt like living in 2023 and 2022. I feel like you kind of have to. Yeah, you can't just ignore that type of stuff and idly live by. Book of Solutions, I think, was a really annoying film. Reality film with Sydney Sweeney, that's based on actual recordings of police coming in after she had leaked the Snowden files. Not Sydney Sweeney, but the character she plays. And yeah, I think it's pretty well done. Equalizer 3, weakest of the 3 Equalizer films, but it's still Denzel Washington. He's incredible. But Small, Slow and Steady, I just watched this like earlier this week. It is, yeah, a small, slow and steady film, but it's quite beautiful. So I would recommend that one. Wrath of Becky, less slow, a bit more energetic, but I did like Blackberry more than that. It's a Georgian film, Swiss co-production. Got to talk to the director. That's out on the Quiet on Set channel if you're interested. And yeah, interesting film. Got one of the best endings of the year, and definitely because it's a Swiss film. I mean, obviously underwatched by a worldwide audience. But yeah, let me take. I gotta drink a bit of water. My throat is getting sore from the amount of talking I need to do. All right, Smokestack and Sisterhood. Yes, an incredible movie. Got overlooked. The Oscar shortlist, unfortunately. Estonian film. Incredible. It's going to be on streaming sooner or later. Yeah, just a bunch of women in a sauna. Naked. Talking about their lives. Incredibly moving. Great stuff. Creed 3 against Margaret's Theorem. I did like the punching stuff a bit more than the math. Blackberry against Homecoming. This is another, like, it's got a completely different title in French, but Blackberry is really solid. Rheingold, or the feeling that the time for doing something has passed. Yeah, I didn't really like Rheingold. It was all right. This one is a weird film. It's not gonna move past Blackberry. I can already do that here. But it's better than Rheingold. Oppenheimer, Quiz Lady, easy. We don't need to talk about that. Les Indésirables. Wait, which one was that? Because I feel like I could think of 3 movies that would fit that title for what I see right now. Oh, okay. So that was the new Lodge Lee film. That's what I thought. Yeah. I think his first one is better, Les Miserables, than Bâtiment, although it did give them the same rating. This one is a bit more powerful in just... This has better drone footage. This one has a better story. But I do like Fair Play by quite a bit more, by a fair margin. Animal Kingdom. I think this one I just saw is getting like a special screening in a local theater next to me here in Switzerland. I don't know about like an actual like worldwide release though. It is better than The Pope's Exorcist. But this one is not getting a sequel. This one is. This has a lot of like I wouldn't be surprised at this French equivalent of the Oscars that they have if this gets like makeup and production design. It's actually quite well done. Freeman, actually, it's not Freeman, it's actually Freeman. Yeah, Jeremy Allen White is in the cast, although he's like in one scene. Definitely don't see the film for that reason alone. But it is like immigration story about a young, I think 20-something year old Afghan woman who starts working in a fortune cookie shop and starts writing the things later on. It's like a slow movie, but introspective character study. I liked it quite a bit. Cannes and Venice, just a decent documentary, May December. One of the best films of the year, easily. Feminism, what the fuck, and El Conde. I do like both of them. Not passionate about either of them. I'm gonna go with Feminism, what the fuck. That one, although it didn't like present anything groundbreaking or new, it still feels similar to Bobby. It feels great to have them acknowledged in film form, just like something to point to. It's like, hey, watch this. I think this is, you would benefit from this. Egonde was all right. It wasn't amazing. This is funny. The Promised Land versus In the Land of Saints and Sinners. Bastarden. It's actually the way better title. Mads Mikkelsen. Great Danish film. Yeah. Just thinking. Memory. Yeah, no. Cobweb. So this is the Cobweb. That's with Anthony Starr. And Woody Norman. The kid from Come On, Come On. Yeah, Memory is definitely the better film. I'm not questioning that. I'm just like, yeah, Peter Sarsgaard is in it. Jessica Chastain. Yeah, great performances all around. I don't think it's out yet. I was thinking if it's out yet. It might be in some places, actually. Let me check. There we go. Memory. I guess it's coming out. Yes. Limited has been out, but wide release next week. All right. The Zone of Interest, the sheet. Easy. All right. Alright, I do need to take a tiny... Let me actually see. It's 10 minutes to midnight. I'm gonna take a quick break. Not until midnight, but I'll be back in like 1 second. unmute. All right, I just cut myself on my finger. Not gonna show that. But I did leave briefly. So I could wish my family good new year. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold up, let me get the actual clock. Alright, so only if it will focus. Focus on this, not on me. Alright. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can tell that to everyone. It's the first thing I did in 2024. It's bump into a mic on live stream. All right. There's a lot more to do. I don't think we're close to being done. Fireworks are going off like crazy. So if you've seen this at a later date in 2024, hope you're having a good year. Good start to your year. We're gonna make the best of it now as well, by talking about some movies, some underrated gems, and maybe I don't know if it comes through, but I can look outside and I can see the fireworks going off, and do the thing that I like doing the most in life, which is talking about movies. So yeah, this is actually a perfect start into the year for me. Although I did hurt my finger now opening a bottle. I don't know how that happened. But this is my click finger. So that is mildly annoying, but we'll get over it. A Brighter Tomorrow, 115. Which is from the very infamous Nanni Moretti, a Italian filmmaker. I think this one was pretty entertaining. Overall, I think Down Low is downright hilarious, so it will win over that one. A Year in the Field, it's alright. Festival doc about a tribe. I think I said that about another one because I confused the two because they got like similar titles. But Tatami, a great movie. Asteroid City against Dogman. Yeah, I'll take that over Luc Besson's latest. Didn't really like that one that much. The fourth entry in the John Wick franchise is definitely better than the fifth entry in the one of Indiana Jones. Maria Montessori. This movie hasn't come out yet for the public, only screened at festivals. Is it better than the Super Mario Bros. Movie though? It would be funny if like a movie about an educator gets taken out by Super Mario, played by Chris Pratt. And I'm very inclined to do that now. Oh my god, the fireworks are beautiful. I do want to knock this out so I can maybe have a look at some of the fireworks later on. But I think this will take us like another a bit. We'll be here a fair bit into 2024. Some might say, well, the best thing is when someone tells you, hey, I'll see you next year. Don't we all love that? I'm stalling because I can't decide. Let me see what I gave. Okay, I gave this movie the same rating as I did to Super Mario's movie. So, hey man, I listen to the music we're listening to right now. It doesn't say relaxing Maria Montessori music. It does say relaxing Mario music. So, I'm sorry, but hey, it is what it is. It is what we'll take. Hey, Mario has educated me in many ways. That Maria Montessori didn't. If you don't know anything about it, I've said her name like 15 times in 2 minutes now. Maybe go check out this movie. This also has an alternate title in French, which is a bit more telling, which is basically The New Woman, La Nouvelle Femme. And I also talked to the director, by the way. I haven't flexed that yet. I do have an interview that should be coming out when this movie comes out. Maybe I did say that already. It's just getting late and the stream has been going on for a while. But yeah, there was we discussed that as well. And I think it's really interesting. So go give it a try. How to Blow Up a Pipeline. against Hesitation Wound. Hesitation Wound, Turkish film, really slow. Between slow-moving Turkish films, I'd go with About Drag Races over Hesitation Wound, and How to Blow Up a Pipeline blew me away. Sorry for the pun. Yeah. Ama Gloria, young girl who somehow looks like a 60-year-old. So I was a bit confused when I watched it. But like, is really close to her nanny, and then her nanny goes away, and then she wants to go with the nanny. That type of thing. Biosphere has more interesting questions, maybe not better answers, and better characters, but it's a bit more fun. Yes, Monster, latest from Koreeda. I really want to, maybe in 2023, a goal would be 2024. Sorry, oh my god, I'm so lost here. Maybe a goal for 2024 would be to get through the rest of Koreeda's filmography. This is not a really good one. He has such a great filmography that it's not like one of the best, but it's pretty good regardless. Tetris Against the Breaking Ice. Another one of these corporate, hey, let's have a product and we do a movie about it. But this is less about the game itself, but more about the really perplexing Cold War era distribution rights war that was going on. This one is set in China next to the North Korean border. Bunch of people connecting. It's gonna come out, I think, in a couple of weeks, couple of months, maybe for you. I don't know where you live. Please don't tell me. I don't want to. Well, that sounded weird. I don't want to know. That's what I'm trying to say. Explanation for everything. This one of the prizes. I think there's obviously like a main competition at festivals, and then there's sometimes like a smaller one, which should showcase like works from filmmakers that have maybe not had like a big hit, or it's like the first, second, or third feature or something like that. And this one won the main prize in Venice. I really didn't like it, but it was still better than Leave the World Behind. Because that one just like didn't work. What's love got to do with it? Again, love Lily James. Love her. Talk to me though. Really good. Really good horror film. Rylane Against Champions. I mean, I'm a sucker. Has anyone looked in the background here and has seen that there's Before Sunrise? I mean, how could I not pick Rylane? I mean, how could I not? How could I not? And you can go see it right now on Hulu if you're in the States, or on Disney Plus if you anywhere else in the States. When It Melts. Then it gets wet. What was this again? Oh yeah, this movie I kind of forgot about because it didn't really leave an impact. I didn't really like it. I definitely like Ciel Aberto more, this one. But I won't like it more than Rylane. Do I have it open here? I don't. Let me actually go to the third page, because it is one of the rare ones that is over 200 that is getting in. It's like a road trip movie. These two brothers, then their parents get together. They basically want to go on a trip because these two have lost their... I think it's the mother? No, their father's death. And they want to get revenge and to go on a trip on revenge, but it's a trip of self-discovery at the end of the day. No, it's a really well-made movie. When you didn't expect it to be. So yeah, pretty good. Slow. Yes. This one, big yes. Great stuff. About an asexual character, and someone who wants to be in a relationship, and then navigating these intimacies when there's something else than just like physical intimacy, and how do we navigate that? If one wants it, the other person does it, but doesn't mean that they love them any less. I think this is a beautiful story about something that we rarely get to see on film yet. I hope we get to see it more. Lithuanian film, great stuff. A Man Called Otto, remake of a Swedish film. I really hated this one. I think I like Wish even more than this, although Wish was bad. I think A Man Called Otto was such like, you have to be 80 to actually like it. And I'm sorry if you like it and you're not 80, or you're 80 and you're like, hey, why do I have to be 80 to like this? What if I watched it last year? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'd say watch Perfect Days, because it's incredible. And I'm not even mentioning the other film, because Perfect Days, it's Perfect Days. Haraga, those who, what was the full title again? Who burned their lives. Yes. Another, I think, documentary. I really like Infinity Pool, so I'm gonna give it to that one. We talk about I don't know, I think as good as this year was for movies overall, if you look, I think it maybe is better than, I think it's pretty much better than the last 3 years. I think it's better than 2021 and 2020 for sure. 2020, this is a little movie, this one over there, that you can't see because it's the cat tree blocks the whole thing, but it's After Sun. That's amazing, but I do have 3 movies that maybe I wouldn't put above After Sun, but right up there. And I don't really have that for a couple more films from last year, or from 2 years ago now. Oh my god, isn't it crazy how time works? But 2019 is probably like the last year where we had Parasite, we had Marriage Story, we had Uncut Gems, we had Portrait of a Lady on Fire, and those 4 are like, they're so good. And like, this year gets close to 2019, in my opinion. But in saying that, documentaries hasn't been as strong a year for that. I think there's a bunch of solid ones, but I've had years where I've seen more where the overall quality was higher. There's some really standout ones, like 20 Days in Mariupol. And a couple of ones that I haven't seen yet, like In the Rear View, another Ukrainian one. But yeah, I'll get around to them maybe at some point. But oh my god, we're almost at the bottom here. The Captain, Io Capitano, the Italian submission to the Oscars. I'm gonna vote that through over Gasoline Rainbow. We do have the road trip movie with A Cielo Abierto covered, Upon Open Sky, so we don't need another one. And that one's actually good. This one isn't. Dali versus Silent Night. I do like Silent Night less than Dali, which is a funny film, to say the least. By Quentin Depieux, I think is his name. You might have probably heard of at least one of his films that was like infamously memed Rubber. But he also had like another one that premiered last year in Cannes. This one, Yannick, is also another popular one. And Dali played in Venice. And it was fun. I didn't understand the whole thing. It also was a movie that we saw almost at midnight at the end of a 6-movie day. So it felt like perfect to watch this film as I was like trying to stay awake. And it does some weird things. I assume it has a French release date. Yes, of course. These starring French make the movies and then get them. How dare they? But yeah, hopefully. I think cigarettes causes smoking causes that way. Smoking causes coughing. Did ultimately end up on streaming. I think a year later. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get that one as well. La Quimera, one of the favorite films of, well, a friend of mine has it as the favorite. I know that my co-host Lachlan of the Quiet on Set podcast loved it. He loved it so much, I managed to get him a poster that I'm going to send him for his birthday. I didn't connect with it as much. Europe, this movie, though, was like a festival film. It was so bad. It was so bad. So, even if I don't love La Quimera, it certainly is better than Europe. All to Play For, I do have to look up. But sadly, the director behind Chekatobi and the Flying the Rivers passed away, I think a couple of days ago, if not yesterday. Really sad news. It was only like 50 something. All to Play For, I keep forgetting that is Rien à Perdre. This was a really good movie. Chekatobi is a kid's film. It's an informative one. It's a good one. Rest in peace. But Rien à Perdre is great. Evil Does Not Exist. Yosuke Hamaguchi, after winning the Oscar for Drive My Car, he has his follow-up feature, and it's a great one about like small towns and how organizations come in and kind of destroy the ecology that they have and the systems they have in place to run without that outside influence. And yeah, it's a solid film. Maybe a bit underwhelming from the expectations you have set after Drive My Car. It doesn't have like it isn't as like great as that movie, but yeah, overall pretty good. And then Heartless, I remember that one. That's another film from Venice, but if I got that right, I don't think it's one that was great. Yeah, it's like, so there's a bunch of teens, whales that keep getting like stranded at the beach, and a group of teens, and one of them one group of them calls a girl who's always on a bike like Heartless, the Heartless one. I don't know, this movie is just kind of bizarre. Don't think again the French have a release date for it. I'm a bit surprised the rating is this high, because I don't think it was really good. Maybe it is because it premiered. Yeah, it's probably just this. It premiered at a Brazilian. It's a Brazilian film, and premiered in Brazil, and then the ratings come from there. It's not as good as that would tell you. Is it better than the Marvels though? I think it is better than the Marvels. But it's, yeah, not a good film. I mean, we can do this. It gets beaten out in the next round. So let's scroll back to the top. And oh my god, this takes a while. How to scroll up? So much it lags. Okay, it doesn't. It just did it wrong. Okay, so we have cut it down from 256 movies to 128. All right, 128. Now we're going for 64. First round. Wow. Go check out Florian Son, but Spider-Verse, yes, is gonna beat it out. Harley against Displaced Rules. I do like Harley more than this stock, and there's a better one that we'll get to right down here. A Storm Foretold, similar place in the States. It's better than Dumb Money. Suzume against The Creator. This is a tough matchup. I think The Creator does a lot of stuff great, but it also borrows, I wouldn't say copies, but borrows storylines that we are very familiar with. Suzume is about a girl in a chair. A sentient chair. So, I mean, come on. Green Border, The Artifice Girl. One is about immigration. The other one's about AI. Artifice Girl, don't hear a lot of people talking about it. It's pretty good. Green Border, I mean, it's long, but it also is like very effective. So yeah, great movie. Sanctuary, Guardians of the Galaxy. I do really like Sanctuary. I think Guardians is probably, apart from Spider-Verse, definitely the best that we've gotten when it comes to superhero stuff. I think it's incredibly entertaining as well. So yeah, I have to pick it over that. I think The Nature of Love is better than The Settlers. Nimona beats out To Catch a Killer. Anatomy of a Fall beats out Shortcomings. Yes. Priscilla, yeah, I'd say it's better than Dream Scenario. Dream Scenario is like two different movies, but yeah, interesting movies, but two movies. Yes, Easy About Dry Grasses over Last Summer. The Teacher's Lounge over Anselm. See, the ratings, they got that pretty right so far. Although Killers of the Flower Moon, yes, and number 9 makes sense. Ferrari at 162 is a bit low. Saltburn over Landscape with Invisible Hand. Okay, now is where we defer. I quite liked Landscape with Invisible Hand. Saltburn was very underwhelming. Bottoms. I don't think it was the funniest movie of the year, but I love Chiva Baby, so I had high expectations. Rustin, as much as I love Coleman Domingo in that lead performance and it's an important story to tell, I do feel like it is just a biopic. Even if it is like a really intriguing one, it is just a biopic. So bottoms it is. Q, Mission Impossible. I do like Mission Impossible quite a bit more. This is another interesting story, but hey, a good bit of action. I mean, you can't say no to that. Somewhere in Queens, I love it, but Past Lives, I mean, Past Lives is close to a masterpiece. K Mutiny Court Martial, I'll take over the Goldman case. Last Willem Friedkin film. You Hurt My Feelings, I'll take over the Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. Where's Asteroid City? It's gotta be bound to be somewhere down there. Are You There, God Margaret? I did like both of these films. I think I'm just gravitating a bit more to a really good coming of age story over fantasy, because fantasy is less my thing, but it's a really good fantasy movie. The Killer Over Joyland. Do I do that? I don't think I do. I think Joyland was a good movie. I don't know if it blew me away, and I definitely think that like 13 is more that there's a support for the, it's a great film, but it's definitely also support for the subject matter. I did give The Killer a better rating, so I think I'd have to go with The Killer, but definitely go check out Joyland if you haven't. It's out on the Criterion channel if you can get it. Yeah, Sick of Myself. I kicked out Dream Scenario. I'm letting Sick of Myself advance. 2 Christopher Bragoli films. Air, nah, get out of here with those product movies. The Hypnosis, I like The Hypnosis, I think, more than Close Your Eyes, although Close Your Eyes is a great film. Oh my god, I don't want to do this matchup. Oh god. Theater Camp against Passages. I think no, I don't know. I think these are both like top 40 movies. I know that seems low, but I've almost seen 400 movies, so that's like pretty high. Passages is too low in the Letterboxd rating, in my opinion. But man, I do love how. No, I've given a lot to comedies. I think I'm going with Passages, the more drama-centered stuff. Maestro versus The Holdovers. Now, okay, this is gonna be controversial. I really liked The Holdovers. I don't hold it as in as high regard as putting it in the top 250. I think it's a 4-star movie. It's a really good one. Maybe I'm going into this whole spiel and I've actually rated Maestro lower. I've moved up my rating for Maestro from a 3.5 to a 4, and I think The Holdovers, I was expecting a bit more. This is actually a coin toss. I think they're like equally good. Hey, listen, it's New Year, so I'll go with The Holdovers. I think Maestro is like pretty much on the same level though. Femme, I'll take that over. You are so not invited to my bat mitzvah. Robot Dreams over High and Low. Shadow of Fire. Hokage. Let's give it a look if it does have a release date to shout out. Because like this ending blew me away. It has like really, it's such a good setup. It's a really good movie. It doesn't look like it's getting a release anywhere. I think The Iron Claw is better though. But Shadow of Fire, really good movie. Like a top 30-40 movie as well. Yeah, watch list it and fingers crossed that it comes out. A Fire, Rot, Red Sky, translated from German. Better than Love at First Sight. Oh, this is a tough one. I really liked Radical. I didn't love Radical. I didn't really like the ending parts, although it was inspired by a true story. It felt like it embellished some of that. And if I look at Napoleon, I'm not surprised that it's like a 249 because people were like, ooh, it's tonally all over the place. But but I did give those two the same rating. I'm gonna go with, listen, I just did a 1 hour long Ridley Scott bracket where we talked about 16 of his movies. I can't go on and then not say it's, yeah, I definitely could, but no, go see Napoleon. Looking forward to the longer cut. Hopefully that makes it a better movie. Even better movie, okay? Yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles against Cobweb. Not a tough matchup. I did like Mutant Mayhem, but I think Cobweb was ultimately a better movie, although there's no way of you seeing this Cobweb. The other Cobweb, yes, not this Cobweb. Again, this is the hardest matchup. This would deserve to be in like a quarterfinal and a semifinal. I truly think that Origin would make it all the way up there for me. I mean, it was the clear winner out of the previous bracket. It won the whole like, I guess 270 down to 129. I think out of all of those films, it's the best one. I do have it underrated here. I think it's a 4. I think I'll connect with this even more in the rewatch. I went into this not knowing that it was based on a paper, on a study, on an academic paper, and basically dramatizing it. I think Ava DuVernay nails this. She's an incredible filmmaker. And yeah, Origin is going to be the goodbye here for it, though, because it's up against Poor Things. And I mean, Poor Things, that number 2 next to its name when it comes to rating, it is deserved. It is definitely deserved. They Claude Tyrone, really good. I love How to Have Sex. It's a really good film. It was my favorite out of the Spotlight category, in like the Spotlight for first time, second time filmmakers in Cannes. And the director here, Molly Go, fuck, I'm blanking on the name, but she was also the DOP, cinematographer for Scrapper, which is great because I really liked the cinematography in Scrapper and like all of how the colors popped and everything. Great stuff. I think The Taste of Things is better than Banal and Adama. Just like it opens with like 30 minutes of just food preparation. It loses me a bit later on. It's also a long film, but for the food porn alone, I think it's worth checking out. And of course, because the French are always getting at least, well, they can't get more than one in, but they get a movie in to the Oscar race, so I would be so surprised if this doesn't get nominated. Even though Anatomy is, of course, the better film. But, hey, for the food alone, it got everyone hungry and gone. Fallen Leaves, easy. Beats out Saw any day of the week. Alice Stalin had a great run. Go check it out. Great performance by Anna Kendrick. But, I mean, I'm a Hayao Miyazaki fan. I've seen every single Studio Ghibli film. And this one is growing on me the more I think about it. We have an extensive like spoiler review for it on the Quiet on Set channel. I know my co-host Lachlan, he really connected with the film. I think it's shaped up to be like one of his, if not his favorite film of the year. And yeah, had some interesting discussions with him about it. I think it's great. Ryuichi Sakamoto, Opus, again, just him playing the piano. It's beautiful. Haunting in Venice was just kind of decent. Barbie beats out Beau is Afraid. What a nice sentence to say. Yeah, it just is. It's more fun. It's better. Beau is Afraid is long, and then it's a mess, and Barbie's just good all around. Nothing groundbreaking, but production design, the performances, the songs, it's great. 1001 against Showing Up. Yes, 1001. Definitely the better one between the two. Again, okay. I saw Godzilla -1 on a press screening thing, not in a big theater, with a watermark, with a low bit rate. So I had the worst possible experience for it, because it was like, it just wasn't a good experience. I also was very tired. I love Joyride. I think I had that at one point in my top 10. Like in August, so there were a bunch of movies on my list. It was after Cannes and everything. I really loved it. I thought it was really funny. It had since moved down upon further reflection and watching it again. I think it is still really funny. It's one of the funniest films of the year, at least the ones that have released. Because if I scroll down, oh, it's actually a bit further down. Oh no, it's actually here. Hitman is probably the funniest film of this year and probably will be of next year. I love that film. Love Richard Linklater. They will actually go up head to head maybe in the next round. It actually will, yeah. Oh my god, spoilers. We can talk about it then. Next Sohe, I liked more than Paris is Burning. If I go look at next Sohe, I think I saw that one. No, it hasn't released on streaming yet. Thought it had, but it did come out on physical, so you might find in a digital in France, so you might find it somewhere. Hitman was my favorite feat. Oh my god, Devesh, you're the man. You've seen it. Look, we're gonna stay here for a bit. Devesh, how great. Hold up, let's just do this. Boom, Joyride goes into the next round. Scrapper goes over the Siren. Siren is good. Hitman goes over this. I mean, it's I had a double feature evening with 4 movies before that, where I first saw Hitman and then I saw Poor Things. And oh my god, those 2 movies back to back with an audience that sees it for the first time, having no expectations for it, or only the expectations they have set for themselves. It was it was such a pleasure. Like for Hitman, it was, yeah, it's such a duo, and I mean that duo rides all the way to the top if you look at my ranked list as well. I think there's such a pleasure to see. It was, I mean, I'm so grateful that I got to experience that back to back. I think it definitely was the highlight of Venice for me. And for both theaters, they were just like electric. You could feel the joy in the room. So much fun. That being said, I'm already taking it away a couple of steps. Hitman is beating out Joyride. Although Joyride you can go see right now, Hitman you can't see right now. And yeah. Anyways, back to reality. 20 Days in Mariupol, completely 180. Couldn't be further from a comedy. But yeah, apparently you can go see it on YouTube right now. It is available for free on there, which I think great. It's yeah, it's something that everyone should see. 2 long titles: Small, Slow but Steady, and Blackbird, Blackberry. One of them is a bit more easily accessible. The first one, I do like Blackbird a bit more. Again, got to talk to the director. It would get beaten out here in the next round. So go check that out if you're interested. Is on the cont'd YouTube channel. Creed was fine. Naked ladies talking about their womanhood is incredible. It's an overlooked film for the Oscar shortlist from Estonia. A documentary that is really, really beautiful. Just a bunch of people talking. Not in a narrative way. And you'll likely get moved to tears because it's just kind of, it feels very intimate. Not just for physical bodies naked that you get, like that you're seeing. They're also sharing something more intimate than just being naked in front of you, which feels weird saying, but that's just kind of how this felt. Really great. Oppenheimer against Fair Play. I do like Fair Play quite a bit, but oh my god, Oppie bombs this one, bombs it, which is so inappropriate. I liked Freeman more than The Animal Kingdom. May December easily beats Feminism. Memory, Promised Land. These 2, that's a tough one. I think I do like Memory more, since more people have seen it. There's been way more critiques of it. People who don't like it as much. They feel like it's lacking something. It's a bit aimless. I was touched by it. I think it was really good. But Mads Mikkelsen, man. For me, they go back and forth. But I feel like I definitely want to highlight some more of the international stuff. I love to see that variety come through. And a big, like, period piece like this, I think, set in the 15th century or something like that. A feudal dispute. And Mats is the bastard, the bastarden who's on the land and proves him wrong. It's such a compelling story. I mean, it's really fun. Zone of Interest against Down Low. Again, another great comedy. Down Low, that is. Zone of Interest. My God, I don't think there's ever been a movie like it. I don't think there ever will be a movie like it. It's wholly unique cinema on the highest level. Jonathan Glazer is a master. Master in that, not the best word choice. He's amazing, and this movie is amazing. The sound design alone. I'm looking forward to reading the screenplay, because apparently they have 2 different screenplays, one for the dialogue and like stage direction, and one for just like the sound design. I mean, for that movie, that makes a ton of sense. And I can't wait to like dissect it more, because like it's an art thing, and a piece of art that you just kind of want to dissect a bit more. Although it is quite similar to like 20 Days in Mariupol on like narrative fiction that's based on history. This one is also like incredibly effective in telling that history. Asteroid City and Tatami. A lot of people have been putting Asteroid City high up the list. I do like Asteroid City quite a bit. I think it was elevated by getting to see this film with Lachlan, my co-host of the podcast, sitting right next to me at the world premiere in Cannes. Again, really grateful that I got to experience it that way. And I think I did like it more because he was chuckling the whole time. I do like Wes Anderson, but I don't like the hyper stylized stuff that he's done lately, although this is one of the better ones. I didn't like the short films really, and this one was like really good. That's why, you know, it has that 4-star rating. I do love Tatami though. It's really good. And I don't think it has distribution yet, but it's also co-directed by the lead Saramir Ebrahimi. She won the lead actor prize for her role in Holy Spider in Cannes in 2022, deservedly so. She's also in an Australian film called Shada. I haven't seen that one yet, but it didn't get, I think, the Oscar nomination, so probably not like a must-see. But Tatami is really good, although it doesn't have a release date outside of film festival stuff yet. But it's about an Iranian female judokas Leila and her coach Mariam at the judo world championship, when it looks like they could be going against Israel, and then trouble ensues because the country doesn't want them to potentially go up against each other in a sports fight. It's it gets a bit repetitive, but I think it's like, you know, it's unfortunately always timely. John Wick 4 against the Super Mario. The Super Mario Bros. Movie has kicked out an educator last round. It's not gonna kick out the judicator with John Wick. Wait, I don't know if that's a word, but like the judge, I was meant to say. The judge and executioner, that is John Wick. Great action. I didn't love it as much as some other people did. Like, I didn't blast it with 5 stars, but it's also like one of my lesser favorites. I think it's definitely the biggest one, but I didn't like the whole expanding the universe as much. But I did like 3 a bit more. I don't know. I'm quirky that way with John Wick. I don't like the movies that you do in the series. No. Again, really solid action. I'm not the biggest action guy. I do like more of the stuff that teaches you how to blow up a pipeline. Incredible film. Probably the best editing in a movie this year. Killers of the Flower Moon also has incredible editing. But this whole film just like has a pace to itself that it doesn't let up. It's really well done. Just trying to see if there's another film that would rival it. I think Oppenheimer definitely has a lot of editing. I think Killers probably has the best editing outside of it. Zone of Interest probably also, but that's like more cinematography as well. Yeah, hard to say on a whim. But How to Blow Up the Pipeline, definitely showy editing that pays off. Breaking Ice, again, great film, but it doesn't beat out Koreeda here. Talk to Me, definitely better than Explanation for Everything. Rylane, yes, we've already done that. Slow, finally we had to kick out Wish, which is like a kick version of Wish when it comes to Disney. Yeah. Perfect Days, Infinity Pool. Hey, look, this was I don't know, I don't want to reveal yet, my #1 film at one point, or still is, of the year. Infinity Pool was earlier in the year my #1 movie of the year, I think in January or February when it came out. So it feels fitting to have them go up against each other so Perfect Days can take it out, slice it up. Maybe not make a copy of it, clone, kill it over and over again. I did like Io Capitano more than Dali, although Dali was very funny. And Rien à Perdre I did like more autoplay for than La Chimera. Okay, which brings us to the round of... Okay, scroll up. The round of 64. Yes. Let's go for a different... Let's go for a bit of a different tempo here. Not quite my tempo. Alright. Let's go. So, top 64, we have arrived. Again, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse basically clears everything in its path, unfortunately. It will have to go up against Green Border in the next round. Suzume was really good, but that's the end of its path right here. Guardians of the Galaxy. Does it beat out The Nature of Love? I don't think so. I think I really liked... Actually, no. No, I think I'm gonna go with Guardians. This is a hard matchup, but I do like both quite a bit. But I think this is like, apart from Spider-Verse, which is gonna kick it out at one point, I assume, the best superhero film of the year. Let's... Okay, now it gets tough. Now it starts to get tough. I do think A Stone Foretold is better than Nimona. Anatomy of a Fall does beat Priscilla, though Priscilla is very good. Teacher's Lounge does get beaten by another film about teachers, about dry grasses. Yes, Landscape with Invisible Hand beats... loses to Killers of the Flower Moon. Bottoms. I do like Bottoms more than Mission Impossible. Kane Mutiny is good, but not as good as Past Lives. No, Are You There, God? I don't know. Both of these are really good. This is where it gets tough, because you have a ton of really good films this year. So keep note of what I'm kicking out here, and what I'm saying is also worth seeing. Put it on your watch list if you haven't seen it already. I do like To Kill 'Em more than Sick of Myself, although Sick of Myself is really interesting though. I also like Passages more. That's a double kill for the Norwegian films. I'm very sorry. Back to back. Holdovers is better than The Rapture. This one's worth seeing though. Femme better than... Femme is better than... Oof. Let's go. Femme is better than Robot Dreams. Ironclad does beat a Fire. I do like Cobweb better than I like Napoleon. It rents its on here. It's his Waterloo. This is an unfair matchup. I hate it because it's basically the same thing. Poor Things is about how to have sex, but also how to exist as a person. And this one is more of someone who has to learn something or has to experience something really harsh. And Poor Things is like lighter that way, but also very heavy. How to Have Sex is really good. The Taste of Things, do like Fallen Leaves quite a bit more than it, but it's also worth seeing. Boy and the Heron over the musical performance from Ryoichi Sakamoto. This is an interesting one. I think 1001 is great. I did love the experience of Barbie though. It was a lot of fun. Also revisiting it. Also the songs. It's just culturally, yeah, more relevant and influential. I think I like Smokes on a Sister more than Blackberry, although Blackberry is also a very solid film. Oppenheimer, yes, of course, does breed Freeman. May December clears Promised Land, but Promised Land is incredible. That should tell you something more about May December than it does about Promised Land. Zone of Interest does clear the zone, the Tatami, but also a great film. I do like How to Blow Up a Pipeline more than John Wick 4. Monster Over Talk to Me, although this is really good horror. I don't know if I kicked all. I think I've kicked out all of the horror films. I don't know if Infinity Pool is still in here. I think I kicked it out, right? Oh no, sad. Yeah. Rylane against Slow. This is tough. I like how colorful this is. I like telling a story about someone who's asexual. I'm gonna go with Rylane. Just such a... I mean, you can't help but smile watching it. Perfect Days against Io Capitano, yes. Evil Does Not Exist against Rien à Perdre. I'll go with Ryozuki Hamaguchi. Okay. That's another one cleared. We are finally in the top 32 films. Now, looking at any of these films, they are going to be worth your time. Alright? All of these films are definitely worth seeing. So make note of that. If you're interested in getting a watch list, this is it right now. This year is it. Alright. But let's crown a winner out of this, and let's make it a Swift thing, okay? We don't have not that Taylor Swift is in here. She's not gonna get the main prize. She's not even considered here because it's a concert film. But hey, Green Border, great film. Spider-Man wins. Guardians, better than A Stone Foretold. About Right Grasses loses to Anatomy of a Fall. Killers of the Flower Moon beats Bottoms. Past Lives beats Aida God Margaret. Margaret. Aida. Hello. Passages wins over The Killer. Holdover wins over Femme. Just barely. Ironclaw beats Cobweb. My god, I hate this. This one I hate. Poor Things, yes. Kicks Out. Fallen Leaves. The Boy and the Heron. The Boy and the Heron, I think, initially by my rating, loses to Barbie. I'm inclined to go with Boy and the Heron, though. I'm gonna go with Boy and the Heron. Barbie has made its $1 billion. It's fine. Hitman has already advanced. Between these two documentaries, 20 Days in Mariupol feels like the more important one, although they, I think, equally great. This is a semi-final. This is legit a semi-final. I'm gonna come back to this. Oh god, same for here. So, spoilers here. In my actual list, this is in my top 10. 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 Two of these are also in my top 5. Currently, I have not rewatched. We're about to do a final... It's so funny to see fireworks going off in the distance. I've yet to rewatch Oppenheimer. And I did move up May December quite a bit from where I initially ranked it. It was always higher than Oppenheimer. I'm gonna go with May December over Oppenheimer. And The Zone of Interest over How to Blow Up a Pipeline. Again, all of these great movies. And they go even up against... This just makes no fucking sense. I did like... Evil Does Not Exist. Perfect Days is the clear winner for me though here. Monster. Oh god. Oh, Monster. I don't know. I don't know for this one. I had Rylane and Monster both at a 4.5 out of 5 at one point in the year. And then I moved them down to 4. Pretty much at the same time. I'm gonna go with Rylane. Alright. Okay. We have arrived at the final 16 movies. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, About Dry Grasses, Killers of the Flower Moon, Past Lives, Passages, Holdovers, Ironclaw, Poor Things, The Boy and the Heron, Hitman, 20 Days in Mario Pool, May December, The Zone of Interest, Rylane, and Perfect Days. Alright, it's time for Sweet 16. Let's go! Happy thoughts. This isn't bad. We're not getting rid of anything that we love and then basically reduce it to like, oh, it's less than this because I said this one's better. Ultimately, who cares? Because you should watch them all if you can. Spider-Man beats Guardians of the Galaxy. I think About Dry Grasses, I do like About Dry Grasses more than I like Killers. Past Lives does beat Passages. Ironclaw beats Holdovers for me. Poor Things beats The Boy and the Heron. Hitman beats 20 Days in Mario Pool. This is the toughest one. I think The Zone of Interest is a masterpiece. I think May December is Todd Haynes' second best film. It is still better than The Zone of Interest. Marginally. Two both incredible films. And Perfect Days beats Rylane. And we're already in the top 8. How quick that goes, huh? Isn't this crazy? Man. All right, next round. Incredibly tough matchup. This is obviously the highest rated film on Letterboxd from this year. Against About Dry Grasses, who didn't even get shortlisted among 15 other movies or 14 other movies for the Oscars. I think About Dry Grasses is the better film than Across the Spider-Verse. Although that one is a technical marvel, it still feels like it's a first part, especially the ending, I didn't like at all. I think everything in between is like really good. I still feel like the first one is better overall than this. And even that one, maybe, yeah, no, that one might have beaten About Dry Grasses for me, but the sequel here doesn't. Past Lives does beat the Ironclaw. I love Richard Linklater. Again, it's not really this year's movie because it hasn't even come out yet outside of film festivals. But my God, Hitman is so funny. It's so good. It's sexy. It's just everything. And Poor Things is the same, but I just like it just slightly more. And then this. I did it. I killed May December. I know a lot of people have been telling me on my ranked list, Ewan, why do you have May December so high? Because it's great. And maybe if you feel like it's bad, you don't get it. It might just be not your movie, which is also fine. But I love May December. But Perfect Days is just a bit better. Alright. Semi-finals time. About Dry Grasses against Past Lives. Now, I did see Past Lives after Gun. It came out I think at Sundance. Didn't get to see it there. I had to wait until it came to theater this year, which was back in July. I saw About Dry Grasses in the theater. Sat there for 3 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 18 minutes. Hey, I don't want to add a bunch of minutes to it. And I was mesmerized by where it went. It was slow, but then there was always something that added to it. I can't wait to rewatch it. I haven't rewatched it yet. I have seen Past Lives already 3 times, I think, this year. And it always moves me to tears. It's incredibly beautiful. It deserves to be in the final. So I'm moving it over. About Dry Grasses. Hitman. I'm a huge fan of Richard Linklater. He's had some misses. Sometimes he doesn't nail everything. I've also watched some Wim Wenders films this year. And I love the one with the angels. It's not City of Angels, but something with Berlin Symphony or something like that. But he's had some films that like people love, like Paris, Texas, that I didn't connect with it. Wings of Desire is the name. That I didn't connect with as much as some other people did. I gave it like a 7 out of 10. Wings of Desire. 7 out of 10. Wings of Desire, I gave it an 8 out of 10. Perfect Days, on my first watch, was a 5-star. Hitman, I was deciding, is it a 5-star, is it a 4.5? For me, there was never any doubt that Perfect Days and Past Lives would be in the final. I think those two are the 2 best movies of the year. I maybe have May December sandwiched in between them. Now, the last question is, in what order do I have them in? That is the question. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to announce that my favorite movie of 2023 is Wim Wenders' Perfect Days. It packs everything a movie needs to do for me. It needs to have a lot of heart. It needs to do the silent moments well. And that's exactly what it does. I mean, it feels like I'm also describing Past Lives, because that is why I appreciate both of these films so much. And I gotta say, the pieces this year were really strong. We have Poor Things, Past Lives, Perfect Days. Great stuff. All of these films over here, really worth your time. So thanks so much for tuning in. Let me know what your favorite movies are, and maybe what would have made it further. Where would you have kicked out stuff earlier than I did? Maybe where you would have kicked stuff out later than I did. But yeah. Thanks so much for watching. This stream started in 2023. It has ended in 2024. It is now almost 1 a.m. for me. But thanks so much for joining me along the way. I hope you give some of these movies a try. At least watchlist them. Check it out on Letterboxd. Again, link below. You can find the ranked list by the Letterboxd average. I'll also link below my Letterboxd account and my own ranked list. And while you're at it, I mean, consider subscribing, even if it is on the Clips channel here where you might see this video, or on the main channel. More stuff to come on here. And yeah, go give the Quiet on Set podcast a listen if you haven't already. We got some exciting stuff coming this year. And yeah, our own top 10 lists, our most anticipated films, a bunch of bonus reviews. There's a ton of stuff to share when it comes to film. And I'm grateful that I got to do it for yet another year. 2023 was a great year. I got to go to so many festivals. And yeah, thanks for supporting us there. And I'll talk to you soon. I'm still here, because I'm playing out the song. What are you still doing here? What you waiting for, huh?